It's all down to Mitchie to try to deny that. He's not able to deny the plan, yet he's able to run down the time.
Here it starts again. One kill already done. Next kill already done. Numbers do usually win out, so they are going to pick it up out through the wall.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!
Tango located.
Hostiles in sight!
What's up, my favorite viewers? That's right, that's you. Welcome to Season 3 and welcome to LPL Pro. It's Rainbow Six Siege. This beautiful face here is Cthulu, and I'm Matt Smite Ross. We're going to be bringing you all of the action here. Mate, it's week number 3. It's episode number 5. We're here.
Already into a third week, and we had a fair few bangers of matchups. Look, honestly, we've seen some very close matchups, very unexpected matchups as well, and some very unexpected victories, but also some of the rather more so pub stomp styled games. So that did shape up the positionings on the leaderboard quite substantially, but we'll get to that in just a short
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that we've got a pretty good idea of where all the teams are sitting now. Maybe a few questions to answer, but we'll get to them in just a moment, though, because you guys might be wondering, oh, I mean, how do you even have a leaderboard? How does it all work? Well, let's tell you exactly how it all works, because it's a round robin here in season number 3, and then, of course, that's going to take 7 weeks, because we've got 8 teams, and then once everyone's played each other at least once, then we're going to be taking the top 3, the best of the best, and then putting them into the playoffs, and then, well, it's going to be best ofs from there. Actually, I believe it's the top 4. Is my mistake. Let's clarify that. But while I do that, you go ahead and tell us all about the money people are going to be playing for.
So, yeah, we'll have quite a fair bit of money to be dished out between top 4 teams that will be going into the playoffs. 3rd and 4th place will be obviously getting themselves the 500
That's
for
all right.
all their
That's
troubles,
pretty good.
yeah. And then the top amount of cash as well, obviously. 1st place, 3 grand. 2nd place will get you the 1 grand. And, well, obviously this should give just about enough incentive for the teams to really battle it out as hard as they can.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, every week, right, you know, all the money's right at the top, so the grand final is going to be really big, but it's going to give all the teams a drive to make it all the way up there, or at the very least make playoffs, because that's where the cash ends.
Yes.
Or does it?
Ooh.
Or does it?
Or
Because
does
there
it?
are indeed actually more ways to gain more prize money. The first one's going to be the MVP award, thanks to Vodafone, who are hooking up $250 to the most valuable player at the end of every season throughout LPL Pro. So that's Rainbow Six Siege, obviously, but also things like CSGO, Dota 2. They're all going to be getting it as well. So I mean, individual performances. I mean, how fun are they to watch to get those good prizes?
Oh yeah, of course. It's phenomenal highlight material. It's phenomenal times whenever we get to see, let's say, 1v4 clutches, some of the nutty shots, some of the flicks. It's always great fun to see, and it makes, well, job for us a whole lot more exciting.
Oh yeah, but you know, we wanted to share this with you guys a little bit as well. We wanted to share the finding out who your favorite player is. It's a little bit of a different one to the MVP. This all-new award I'm super proud to announce is the Red Bull Fan Award. So that's right, you guys at home, I'm pointing right at you into your soul. You guys get to vote for your favorite players. So here's how it works. First up, if you need to know how to vote, !vote in the Twitch chat right now, this very second, to find out how to get voting. Once you've gone ahead and voted, once we tally up all the votes at the end of the season, the top 4 players are going to be walking away with, oh, all right, get this, $500 each, a year's supply of Red Bull, and a fridge to put it all in. Well, maybe not all of it at once, but a Red Bull fridge nonetheless to store at least some of it. So, I mean, how sweet is that, right?
Well,
but Cthulhu,
but
I know you're excited about it. I know you're excited about it, but one more thing is that these guys here they can get some prizes too.
Exactly. Yes, you, dear viewer, will also get the chance for viewers will get, as a matter of fact, the chance to win a year's supply worth of Red Bull.
A year's supply, just like the pros?
Supply. Just like that, exactly, just the pros. And maybe, just maybe, this will allow you to click heads much faster and much more consistently, so you can get finally that champion ranked. But, well, that's all nice and dandy, though.
Look, I mean, that is honestly going to be one of my favorite
That is
awards.
fantastic.
So, reminder, guys, ! Vote in Twitch chat to find out how you get voting. Definitely get involved. I mean, it's literally free Red Bull. Why would you not? So, with that, Cthulhu, I'm so keen to find out who's going to be winning these awards, but we're going to have to wait a few weeks
Correct.
to tally up the votes because we're going to get some games done to actually vote on some players. So, without further ado, let's get into the meat and bones of the show today. Let's find out what games we are going to be having coming up today. And well, we've got some pretty good ones coming up. You lied to me again.
Ay.
Oh man, I give him the buttons and look what he does. All right, so just
Being given the buttons.
clarification for the matches tonight. The first one's going to be Exto Gaming versus Ferox. Which is going to be, I mean, a pretty crazy one. Ferox are they going to stay at the top? Will Exto find their way back in during the round robin? And then, of course, second match is going to be Bance Gaming versus Rufflecopter. So apologies we couldn't get that on the screen for you guys, but no worries at all. We'll be getting into the matches very shortly. Quickly touching on that second match, though, Bance versus Rufflecopter. Is there much hope for those guys down there?
Look, Bance honestly did show us a pretty interesting performance against ShadowNet, which was a pretty banger of a match for some of these players. So maybe there is hope for them to make a return and get themselves out of that rut where they they were just barely scratching away from the relegation bracket. So maybe here they might be able to do it, but honestly, if Rufflecopter performs like they did last week, I think this might be a pretty close, pretty quick rather.
Well, it could be.
Game. It could be pretty close. We'll have to see, just because anything can happen. Because some teams would be saying, "Hey, our practice was phenomenal. We're looking absolutely like we're about to bulldoze the opponent team," and then next minute, officials come, you just completely die out, and that's it.
Turns out everyone's winning in scrims, guys. It's not special. But moving on and not taking any more digs at any teams, is that our first match, right? We touched on the second match, but this first match, Exto Gaming versus Ferox. This one's going to be a pretty crazy one. It's really going to see if Ferox is going to stay at the very top of the leaderboard. So let's get into it. Let's take a look at our first team in the match here tonight. It's going to be Exto Gaming, of course, providing two very, very excellent high-quality cutie pictures there. You've got Mitchie, Oblivion, Edpan, Sawyer, and Geordie. I do really want to focus on Sawyer's picture. It's very adorable this week, Cthulhu.
Yeah. Sawyer is certainly looking much more positive about all the things and about all the things to come, really. But honestly, Exto Gaming roster has been a pretty decent, pretty good roster overall. The thing is, though, here's a fun fact. This, you know how usually we get the matchups, like revenge stories from last season, from the playoffs, like it was with Skyfire versus Ferox. Mm-hmm. Well, this time, these two teams have never actually met each other in the playoffs.
Ooh, okay. So it's like you're watching a cartoon and it's like the two villains that have never actually been at each other's throats. Not that either of these teams, including Ferox, are villains. Unless they want to be. You guys can be villains if you want to. But Ferox here, their lineup is going to be Shade, Sushi, Todd, Oda, and Nazgul. Although I think we got some last minute word that Nazgul's going to be subbed out. No word on who that is going to be replacing him.
Yeah, we're yet to see that. I don't think even the fact that Naz will be subbed out is completely confirmed. There were mentions that, hey, his internet might be wonky a little bit.
Okay.
Overall, yeah, if he's being subbed out, then I might have a few questions about how would Ferox perform in this matchup. But I reckon they still might have the slight upper hand here.
Yep, all right. Well, look, keen to see it, whether it's Nazgul or not. Of course, we can zoom in just a little bit closer here before we get into the match, Cthulhu. Take a look at a more individual level. Our key player matchup tonight is Sawyer versus Sushi. Sawyer provided a picture, which is already giving him my favor. But, we've seen Sushi on video, and he's also very adorable. But I guess let's talk about their player's skill.
Yeah, player skill, look, Sushi can perform pretty well overall. He's a man of multiple talents here, and certainly will be the good material to lead Ferox charge against Exo. Whereas for Sawyer, yeah, he's been pretty consistent for what it's worth. A few of the games were kind of shaky here and there, but overall, if himself and the team are ready to roll, they can perform there. So it's all depending on whether they are warmed up, if they are ready, if they're keen.
Okay, well, look, I'm keen. I'm very keen, in fact. So does that mean I win the key player matchup? I'm not sure how that works, but you know,
we'll have to think about that.
Yeah,
later on.
and we'll have to go to the admins for that one. So admins, by the way, say yes. But before we get into the actual match, I suppose, with the professional players, is finding out how they're feeling before the match, Cthulhu. And you know, we did catch up with both sides. We caught up with Sawyer and Sushi.
So last week we had PC419, which we got absolutely dominated by. Whenever we tried to do something a bit different, they cleared it well, which is what I spoke about when I said they were probably our hardest target.
Okay, so basically last time we versed Skyfire, we 2-0'd them on Clubhouse and Villa. We did struggle sometimes when we were just losing gunfights against them or just were making simple mistakes and they were just able to capitalize some rounds. But overall, we felt our structure compared to Skyfire was immense.
The main thing this week to change, to improve on, would just be creating more crossfires, so supporting each other on the roam. Ferox are just as good as PC, but we believe that if we can just fix our roam, put more than just one man out, put 2 or 3, and take the fight to them, I think that would be much more beneficial and probably find more success off that.
Though, I'm unsure what's going on with their roster, but I do know if it's the previous lineup we versed last season, they do have people who are capable of taking gunfights against us, which may cause some struggle, but when we play like a good structured game against them, it shouldn't really be that much of a trouble to beat them.
Yeah, pretty confident. Ferox are a pretty good team though. They're coming off a bit of a low with Oceanian Nationals, but I don't think they'll affect their gameplay too much. So yeah, gonna be a difficult game. Hopefully we can turn up though and at least draw.
For us, is a matter of making sure we just play a normal game of Siege for us, which is structured and coordinated. As long as we do that, we feel our experience on how to take every site is immense compared to other teams, just because we have players like Todd, Shade, Naz, who are all really experienced, understand the game really well. And obviously people like Oda who just, you know, get the frag chase in, get the kills. So yeah, usually how our game plans go for these kind of matches.
I mean, there we go. Look, I mean, really cool to find out what's going inside the players' heads before we get into the match. I mean, really interesting to hear that, you know, they're basically just both keen to get back to basics, and they know that they've both got a shot at taking it. I mean, one team might be a little more confident than the other, but, you know, it's still good to hear. Now, Cthulhu, we're very close to jumping into the match tonight, so I want to do one last thing. Let's check out those maps that we're going to be going to. So let's take a look. First up, we've got Coastline, and then we're going to be going to Villa. So Coastline is Exto's pick. So let's talk Coastline.
Yeah, Coastline will be a very interesting map just because Exto did pick Coastline a few times. We saw them go quite hard on fragging in that map, but Ferox are also kind of one of those teams that they have all the experience needed, and they should be able to frag out, but we'll have to see how will it go. Villa, on the other hand, I feel like maybe Ferox will have the upper hand, although their previous performances on Villa were left to be much desired of, but we'll have to see how. Maybe they've put in some extra time in prepping this. Who knows? Yeah,
I mean, it's not like they've been stomped on Villa or anything.
Not at all, no. It's more so just they were letting the other teams run away with a fair few rounds, which shouldn't have particularly happened on a few occasions, but apart from that, nothing yet too hugely bad.
All right, well, confirming that we are jumping into the game, guys. So we are very close to jumping into it for the first time tonight. Really keen, because I'm also keen to see who's going to be going forward for the Red Bull fan vote first.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be quite an interesting thing to evolve as well, just for the sheer fact that we are going to have some more prizes to give away to our wonderful players. Also, quick confirmation as well, we will be seeing a sub playing for Ferox, and that is no other than Warden. will be subbing in for Nazgul. So that is a Ferox veteran making quite a large return. We're seeing some very unusual bans as well. An Ashe and a Blackbeard. Now that is already something probably on the topic of the nightmares of a rank star.
I mean, are you targeting someone with these sort of bans? But I mean, it's coming from each side.
I would have to say that this is partially a target ban. From Ferox, an Ashe ban is partially maybe a troll. Maybe it's one of the ways to shut down players like maybe Edpan, like Sawyer, to essentially prevent the aggressiveness. But all 4 of the bans have been the most unorthodox bans that I've witnessed in a while. Smite, Ashe, a Blackbeard, and the duo of the SAS operators, that is the Smoke and Mute. So not only there will be minimal plant denial, because Echo, I believe, is still he's still in the bin, banned. Maestro will kind of still be around, but yeah, maybe Valkyrie is going to be present, but not a whole lot of conventional rush potential. But we do see straight off the bat Exto bringing in a Ying, which Mitchie actually was attempting to bring in last matchup, but didn't really get any traction on that.
What's going on, Cthulu, here? Because we got 3 bans that you see picked all the time. 1 ban, which is a bit of a flavor pick. Now the operators that are actually getting picked up here, with a few swaps here at the last second. I mean, I was thinking we might have seen the Glaz, but that's been swapped out for the IQ. And then then we got the Rook there right at the last second too. So is there something about Coastline that's going on here that these operator lineups are just looking so different?
I mean, it's partially due to the fact that Ferox kind of just wants to probably maybe spice up the overall gameplay. Partially it's due to the fact that, for example, Blackbeard can get extremely powerful on this very map. The control of the windows is huge for Coastline, and if Extra are able to establish dominance over the windows, say at the hookah, at the VIP, at the aquarium, they could get quite a whole lot of damage dealt into Ferox. Whereas for Ferox, losing out on Mutant Smoke, now that is going to potentially cripple the general utility economy.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a lot to lose on the defensive side. Just want to remind everyone, by the way, over on the Ferox side, you've got Do I Have to Play on the Rook. Oh my god, hang on, because Sushi's just fallen down. He's been down. Is it enough to continue it out? They get their revenge.
They get the revenge indeed, yeah, but that is a little bit of a trade. Todd will be falling for all the troubles, whilst it's IQ of Dark that will be out of the game. But another thing to mention, Sushi is running the ACS-12 on the Alibi, which is yet another meme.
I was just having a thought about picking up the Rook armor after you've already been downed. But
yes, that is another way to do
so,
it, yeah.
So he doesn't get the extra down, though, or anything like that. As we just see Sushi get his head taken off anyway, kind of invalidating the question in the first place.
Yeah, well, the question answered itself. But yeah, this is a little bit of a peculiar situation, because Warden coming into the play at the last moment would potentially cripple the play of Ferox, and maybe he will be forced to play a little bit more of an aggressive situation, which he does by picking Rook for some of the long-range engagements. Does find a very nice headshot, very nicely done. But right now, oh man, he is in a whole lot of trouble, because there's still a flashbang for Sawyer, there's still the Candela charges, there's still Jordy with the ace, so he will have quite a fair bit of work cut out for him. And with Castle now going down to a very unfortunate engagement, we'll be back to a 1v2, but Warden managing to clutch it out. Well, for just a little bit longer, there's still 15 seconds remaining, whips out the Magnum, but unfortunately, round number 1 is lost to Exto.
Pretty tight one down there at the end, Cthulhu. But, I mean, coming out of the gates swinging for Exo. I mean, that feels pretty good to get in there, secure that one. I mean, all things considered, it looked like it was going to get a little bit dicey. But, I mean, hey, they downed Sushi really early on. And that trade was a bit more than just a 1-for-1 trade. Downing Sushi nice and early.
It's a 1.5 trade.
Yeah, exactly. What I was saying at the start of the last round, by the way, guys, do I have to play? The player name? That's Warden, by the way. So just to clear up any confusion on that one, he's the man on the Rook.
Yeah, he's the man on the Rook. He's the person that is coming in clutch. But from one round of odd picks to another, we do see a Warden pick on Todd, which is going to get quite confusing.
It's always confusing.
Yeah, whilst the actual Warden is playing on Rook, whilst the attacking side of EXO is bringing in a Kali and a Iana. So the two operators that are usually seen when you need to either have some extra joining or as an alternative for Thatcher.
Now, the Kali Mitchie's pick here was actually baited out from a Ying pick. Do you think that's actually almost tricked Todd into picking up the Warden here?
Yes, I definitely will have to agree. Yeah, the pick from Todd onto Warden is certainly one of those attempts to counter the Ying play. Although I don't think I heard the Ying Candelas really pop off, especially where Todd was present. So I don't think we will be seeing any specific things from the opposing team. And well, we'll have to see how will Todd really play his card here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Warden's still a pretty scary boss anyway, so always going to have his chances, but taking a look here, jumping in, I mean, Ferox had a bit of a rough one in round number 1, but remember, it was all kind of from the start, so Sushi can keep his head on. If Todd can keep his head on, then maybe this could change up entirely. Already, we've got Exto walking up. Sawyer's noticed the castle barricades, so he's not going to be able to go too much further from there, but we'll be able to drone out just a little bit, but he's got to pull his gun out instead. Has taken a good amount of damage, but didn't send too much back himself. Luckily, though, both sides managed to keep their lives.
Both sides indeed managed to keep their lives. Todd did take quite a little bit of a damage for all the troubles, but we have managed, sorry, rather, Crooks have managed to really change things around in their favor. So right now it's Sawyer who's quite tagged up, and well, maybe we shall be seeing something different to occur here. Maybe EXO will be able to make a return on their general investment.
Well, they found Shade. Oh, hang on, because, well, they got found right back there as Geordie falls down. Sushi will claim that one. It's kind of all over the place here at Cthulhu. We've got Sawyer bleeding out on the ground, but Dark's trying to get his revenge. Sushi, though, is still going in the background. The frag comes out. Is it going to catch them? Is it going to be enough? Doesn't find it, but Oda has found his one. And just one man now remains for Exto Gaming. And, well, it's not looking like it's going to work out for them.
Yeah, well, right now it's all down to Dark to try to clutch it out, but right now things are certainly looking a little bit grim here. Can't really use his hologram right now, but oh, finds a shot onto Sushi. Warden and Oda are the last two men remaining, and right now this is still fairly clutchable, although Warden seeming to be quite activated here for some of the rounds. So we'll have to see whether the ferocious Rook main with a 2x scope can really out-damage the G36C.
I mean, this would be a big one for Dark to pull out. I mean, if he can. 30 seconds. No, he just walks right into it. I mean, he may have known his fate. I think everyone knew his fate at that point. So everyone's jumping up and down. But a good one to even it back up. It looks a little bit more promising there for Ferox. I'm feeling fairly confident for both sides now. You definitely feel like either one can really pull it out. We've only seen 2 rounds, so it's not like it's going to go super hard one way or the other by this point, but we'll see. I mean, it's still so crazy to think, you know, you don't have smoke, you don't have mute. That makes defenses so awkward.
It makes it different. It would be quite awkward to see, or rather weird to see some of the sites to be picked and defended in a completely different manner. But overall, I mean, all of these picks are certainly getting weirder and weirder by the round. Ferox just keep on toying with my emotions at this point. With Todd bringing in a Frost, we have the Oryx pick. Exto are switching a Sledge to a Monty whilst bringing in a Lion. It's just, at this point, it's such a game of baits that it's way above my pay grade at this point even.
Yeah, this is like watching Death Note, man. Like 2 geniuses trying to outsmart each other. But is it working out? I mean, already Ferox have lost a bit of damage. Poor Sushi must have stubbed his toe on the bar or something like that.
I think he just bashed through the wall because...
Well, don't come in with your logic.
Look, maybe he did stub his toe whilst bashing through the wall. I'm
that's
not
why.
excluding that.
Maybe that's why Oryx takes damage. He stubs his toe.
Yeah. Or shins himself on all of the wooden parts of the wall.
That would take.
His
That would do
torso
more than
made
10 damage.
Yeah, true. Imagine if there was actually just a whole separate damage model for the shins.
You damage random parts of your body. Like it's a random one each time you run through the wall.
We become Escape from Tarkov now.
Oh
boys.
no. Warden, naughty Warden. I mean, he's been hanging very far back the last few rounds, and then goes to see if he can get a spawn peek. Oh, he got his own spawn peek turned against him. What a disaster! They're going in already. The E1D's been popped. Are they gonna push anything further with it? Maybe just seeing if they can find any remaining roamers.
Yeah, they will be looking for that Frost right now because this is where she was last spotted around the main stairs. So this is going to be one of the pressure points. Meanwhile, Dark, as a Zofia, will be attempting to go in for the push through the Memorial Hall, which should be a pretty good idea. But whilst we were at it, it's Sushi and Todd with the two slowest guns in the roster, finding the shots and the frags. Sushi to go down to the hands of Soy. Now, that is a bit of an unfortunate situation, given the fact that it is Oryx that's supposed to be the counter. But just like that, all of a sudden, it's just a complete wipe. And oh my god, Dark,
no.
you done did it. You done goofed. You done messed up, AA Ron.
Vodafone MVP award right there.
True.
For the trap. No one else.
For the trap, yeah, just the trap. Present the trap with a total of $750 dues, the fridge of Red Bull and the yearly supply. Just give all of the prizes just to that Frost man.
Yeah, well, so it's getting the fan vote as well? I guess so.
Sushi.
Someone's not having a good time.
Better not use the SPR. Thank you, Warden.
Look, they're still trying to mind game. The Frost is still popping its head out. Sledge, which is what they swapped before, is still hanging around. Like, is it going to be Sledge? You don't know. So it's kind of fun. Like, it's really fun to watch to see how the teams get baited out by each other. The last round ending thanks to a Frost trap. Like, what a ridiculous set of circumstances. I mean, I think they were done for in that round anyway, but the thing is, Todd is bringing the Frost back. We're going to have to worry about the Frost maps all over the place again.
I think it's more so the issue that the Frost trap was in such an obvious spot.
Yeah, well, that's what makes it better.
That he fell for it. Also, I just realized something which I probably should point out.
What are you going to point out?
Soya's tags are looking quite peculiar. I'm not going to announce them, but the viewers will have already probably spotted that, and there's been potentially quite a few thoughts and rumors, I suppose.
Yeah, well, look, while the viewers play Spot the Difference on the names, Oblivion is going to open doors and open heads, and Sushi's going to be out of here. That Oryx now just not even a piece of the picture anymore.
Oryx, funnily enough, got in the previous round rolled by a Monty, the very thing that he's supposed to counter with his charges. And right now, can Warden find that shot though? That is the big question, because right now he could have had the drop, or rather the angle, but there's the line charge to come out. Will get spotted and pinged, so they will know exactly where he's going to be rotating through. And well, Michi will be emphasizing right off that information.
Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't. It seems like it's a similar story for the rest of Ferox as they're losing more and more members. This one could even be a flawless round for Exto. The next E1D is going to pop out. Dark, unfortunately, will not let them get that flawless round. But they still have that 4v2 situation ready to go. Unless the Frost mats are going to be the real heroes. Or maybe. No, it's just going to be Michi to take out Exto. Todd is the last one to stand for Ferox, and Exto, not quite the flawless round, but it is a very, very quick, very fast, I might say, round.
Yeah, Soy is just on top of it right now. Just going in. But look, for what it's worth, right now this is a very equal ground for both of the teams. With the fact that Exto are looking pretty sharp on their coordination, against the sheer unpredictability of what is going to be played by Ferox. Look, the chat may not see it, but right now this is probably the most emotional look of just what is even happening.
You don't even expect it from Ferox though. Like, Ferox is just a team that you think, okay, you know, they're really good at Siege. They get in there and they do it normally. Now that they're throwing weird picks out there, but now the
Well,
weird,
not anymore.
now the weird thing is that they're not doing the weird picks. So they're like, is there a clash? Oh, we don't know.
At this point, they might be running with the whole strat of, if we don't know what we're doing, the enemy team won't know what we're doing.
I don't think that quite translates as well to Siege.
As hey, it got them a win in 2 rounds, so
I mean, there are other reasons they could be winning from it. Let's take a look though, because we got a bit of a difference on the defense here for Ferox. You got Pulse, you got Vigil. That means a lot of hunting down opponents and trying to find them. Roaming could be a really big deal here, but they've been shot right on entry for a lot of the roamers the last few rounds.
See, the thing is though, Exo are very clinical about the drones. So if Ferox's idea here is, since mute is banned, if they can use, say, oh wow, that is a very ambitious Valkyrie camera throw. But it actually connects. Oh my, I'll need to yoink that for future reference. Shade meanwhile does manage to find Oblivion, but gotta say, yeah, the choice at the very least of a Vigil is essentially to counter all of the info gathering, and right now this could have been worked out, but also what counts is just the sheer ballsiness, because Todd already catches himself a run out onto Jordy. And actually Pulse is running with a shotgun. Warden, well played. Thank you.
I mean, this is just a round that's completely turned around, right? Ferox have come on in and said, okay, this time we are going to get the spawn peaks on you. Oblivion was the first victim to that. Obviously, Jordy fell down pretty quickly to Todd's run out. But now we're getting the angles onto the defenders. Ferox will have 1 to fall, and Sushi will not get anything done on Vigil this round. The man's had a rough few rounds, I've got to say. Poor guy. Hopefully he'll get into the swing of it soon, but this is still looking good for Ferox, but all of this has happened very, very quickly. So Exo still have a good amount of time to work it out. It's only, you know, IQ and Jackal they've lost, which is not the end of the world. With some good shots, then maybe they can make up for that weakness. Oda may have given a spot away, if anyone is going to be looking there from the window. But yeah, you can tell, slowed right down for Exo. And as I say that, Dark is going to swing his head right along the window.
Yeah, Dark right now is just toying with fire, really just waiting for the right moment to really swing in and push. But as it stands right now, well, at the very least, Exo were able to recover the diffuser. They know about the general location of Oda, who has the UMP and won't be really able to take any more than a single gunfight. So right now, it's, yeah, Ferox just have to play, well, carefully, quote unquote, but just as I say that. Pulse of Warden will get caught off guard, and Michi will be able to shut him down pretty swiftly. So with a minute remaining in a 3v3 situation, this is very much workable here for Exo.
Yeah, they can just get right through that castle barricade. No problem at all with Dark sitting right there. He may be able to find some pre-fires through the wall here, but he wants to get his eyeballs on who he is shooting at. But he does not see them just yet. Still plenty of time to make this 3v3 work. They're going to want to wait for Michi to rotate around. Luckily, he's lying. So he can just do the button anytime he wants, although I think they're out of EE1Ds.
He just might be, actually, yeah. Because a fair few of them were used up. Yeah, all 3 EE1Ds have been used up, although there's still 2 of the charges for the Selma. But oh, this ace does run out, does get it shot through the smoke as well into the headshot of Shade. And, well, it's all down to Oda. Gets the frag, but goes down amidst all of that chaos. That is around 5 to go into the hands of Exo Gaming, but oh my sweet Jesus, that was definitely a close one.
Yeah, you can tell Exo put a lot of trust into Dark in that one, because they ran in, immediately went for the plant in that last situation, and Dark's job was to kill anyone that was going to be a big threat, and he certainly got the job done there. I mean, obviously there was a whole lot of smoke around too, and he still managed to get through all of that, so big ups to Dark on that round. For keeping his composure near the end. Of course, for Ferox, though, that's got a sting. They had a pretty good start. In fact, they had a 5v3 at one point.
Yeah, it was a full 5v3, and unfortunately, that was all lost out for them. Maybe they will be able to ramp it back up in the final round to even out the scoreline, but as it is standing right now, they are at point disadvantage.
Attackers need to locate.
Only 1 point, though. Although,
Sure.
if you are Ferox, you would have probably been expecting to have taken the lead by this point here. You know, as a team who's sitting at the top of the round robin would certainly want to be looking at as their expectations coming into... I mean, we're almost near the midway point, right? This is week number 3. So, you know, once we've done this week, we're basically halfway through the round robin, right? So, but more importantly, this is one of the matches that Exto really want to win. You know, if they can get out a 2-0 here would be fantastic, but even to take one map would be great. But we'll start with this first half, Cthulhu, and we're about to hit the last round of it.
Yeah, Todd is looking at yet another cheeky Valve camera, which should give him quite a plentiful amount of information, and well, that should keep it quite hidden. That's for sure. It should be a pretty interesting thing to play around. But right now, it seems that Exto are kind of planning a multi-angle push. Really, they have two people at the front door. One is about to, I'm imagining, about to push into the kitchen. So there's a fair few players to be present in a multiple amount of angles. Okay, well, there goes Todd.
Yeah, it's going to be dark to find that first one. The man is on fire right now, and it's going to continue. Mitchie, his teammate, will pick up Oda as well. This is looking like yet another disaster for Ferox as Exo are storming in. They've taken a bit of damage in return, but they still hold the man advantage. You'll definitely take a little bit of a health bar over no health bar at all.
Yeah, and with Mitchie's E1D has fully recharged it, and the next one is about to pop, but I don't think they will have time to really do that. Jordy already pops the head of Warden, and now it's all down to Shade and Sushi, who are certainly not looking too particularly happy about their positioning. There goes the Jaeger, all down to Sushi, the alibi player, the Italian assassin, I suppose. Finds one, that's Mitchie. Needs to find another one, but right now has ran out of ammo. Whips out the bailiff. Does actually find the shot on with the bailiff, and right now 1v3. Can he clutch it? No, unfortunately he will. Soya is the one to finish him off. That's a hit shot, and that's Exto rolling in with a 4-2 scoreline.
He got one kill with it, which it made me smile. I don't know if it was enough to make him smile, but I hope it was, because it was great to watch. But what is even better, for Exto at least, is now they've got that 4-2 half. This is where, surely going through their minds right now, they're thinking, we can actually do this, we can come in and this is our series. It's close, but when you get the 4-2 lead and a half, then you know you've got a pretty decent chance. Now, you look at these lineups for the operators, Cthulhu, and you know there's a big difference between both teams now that they've swapped sides. You've got picks like Amuru coming out. Twitch is also being considered here. I mean, are we really going to swap off Sledge as well? That could be crazy too, but even defense is different, even if it's a bit normal, because like Malusi's back to the party, which is quite nice.
Yeah, Sledge for Sledge, though, will be the final 6 pick for the attack of Ferox. And we are going to be seeing Kitchen to be picked here for the first defense of Exto. But yeah, look, I mean, it seems that Ferox have been memeing it up a little bit ever since the beginning. Even with some of the later rounds, they still were picking a few of the unusual operators. And given the fact that, well, Smoke and Mute are banned, they really need to go for some extra alternatives, I suppose. Exto, though, they keeping it pretty normal. There's still a Jaeger, there's still some drone denial in the face of Mozzie. There's still plenty of info game with the Legion and the Valkyrie. And Soya's Malusi device should be able to gather enough information, plus also slow down any kind of pushes that will be critical to the winning of the round. Todd, he's just going in. There's already Malusi device going on. He does find the shot as well. What an absolute mad lad. Goes for the swing. He wants to keep on going because right now he's got the sight, and now it's going to be a game of a retake because the plant is already starting. Oda is going to go in for the play. Jordy does get rid of Shade, though, so that is one thing. As Todd is looking the wrong way. Todd, where are you looking? Todd misses the shot, and well, that's a complete kneel wipe of Ferox. With the plant, though, that has been planted, though.
Yeah, because it's a retake now, so it's not impossible. Oda and Warden might be able to find it. Already, though, the disable is coming out. He's got backup. This might be the easiest retake we've seen all season.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that was a retake and a half. Exto were able to just stick it. A little bit of a late reaction from the Nomad of Ferox, well, will be resulting in the dub, and, well... yeah, look, I have way too many questions and, quite frankly, too little answers.
Even Jordy's still asking questions like, did you really just armor right through the kitchen window? Like, yes. But, I mean, Todd, I mean, for all intents and purposes, his entry was fine. It went in and he got his first kill, bopped off, got some pretty good progress. Unfortunately, we didn't catch the other end of the round, which is where everything really started to fall apart. But I mean, the quick plot was really questionable when you know it's going to be hard to hold the site.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you. That is a good meme as well. But
Defenders,
memes
protect your
aside,
bombs from being
we are going to be
used by
returning
attackers.
to Hookah Lounge now for a round that could potentially net Exto their match point, which is,
Attackers have located a bomb.
I'll admit, is a slightly weird idea, just because I was personally expecting that it will be, not only it will be a closer game, where it's just trade of the rounds back and forth, but also with Ferox to be rather in the lead rather than Ferox, and with a much smaller lead. But seems that the cluster curse is well and truly in effect, and well, a 3-round differential is certainly happening.
Well, the players are they've all got their minds on fast food right now, which is maybe Exto is just a little bit hungry and they want to speedrun Ferox so they can go get dinner. It sounds like Mac is.
They want to acquire the physical grain.
Yeah, the literal grain. Jordy, he's found Shade already, so that's his Ovia now off the board. Jordy is not satisfied with just one. We'll poke his head out, seeing if he can bite off anything else, but no fast food for him there. No Macca's, no Hungry Jack's, whatever that is. We have Burger King here.
Yes. Yeah, none of that just yet. Maybe at a slight later date, but because right now it's a game of who can peek the windows better, and well, the C4, as comically as it was flying in there, just couldn't connect with any of the attackers, although the bullets will be, and that is a very nice trade between Sushi and Michi, as both of those players do trade out. But right now, oh, Warden, digging with a pistol. He could have a shot here, but only if he pre-fires. Yes, he does. He knows exactly where Dark's feet are, and well, that is going to be the end of the roam of the Jaeger. We're back to a 3 versus 3, so that is a good thing here for Ferox, but right now they need to make sure that they connect those shots, because in a 3v3 situation, anything could really happen.
They're down a C4, at least one that we've seen Oblivion already throw out. Sushi's gonna turn the corner. What timing? What timing? He's seen him, but he's trying to shoot through the wall, but now is pinned completely down behind the softest cover in the world. He's just gonna have to push, but it's too risky. He'll fall. But he's got 2 teammates here and half a round to finish this one off.
And right now, for Warden's position, he's in a little bit of a rut. He needs to have Oda push up and assist him so that they could coordinate right now. But it seems that both of them are going to go for solo plays, which is not a bad idea, but in the current situation, it is highly advised to not do that. There is a Melusi prone peak, which won't be spotted by Oda. And well, it is a 1v3 situation, as right now we've just seen a clash of 2 snakes.
Warden is hanging out outside, very scared. Do I have to play? Unfortunately, mate, you do have to play out the rest of this round, although it could be looking like it could be a good one. He's already found one, didn't lose too much health. Mitchie's quite low, so maybe. He's got 1 Claymore left. I don't know if he's going to try and use it. Just going to try and do it the classic way. And, well, walked into the crossfire, which was going to spell his doom. We're doing it.
And that is quite unfortunate there for Warden and for Ferox, as it stands round 9 with a match point in favor of Exto. This is probably the best case scenario that Exto could have wished for. Such a quick and very confident game to be showcased from them, gotta say. But oh well, Penthouse and Theater could be potentially the final ground for the battle, as Exto are bringing in the Soviet, well, not the Soviet, pardon, Spetsnaz duo, the Chanka and a Kapkan. Unfortunately, Chanka is still yet to be reworked. It's still being tested, as he currently is able to pretty much play 1v5 as the true god of Siege on TTS. But instead of the god, we shall be seeing the conventional hunter, Frost with the bear traps.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, yeah, no rework means no very, very powerful, as we might put it, Tachanka rework just yet. It's gonna be the Frost, but along with Kapkan as well, which is not always seen, so it does look like I love the Frost and Kapkan duo, because it just puts so much easy to deal with pressure on the opponents, but at the same time, if you don't deal with it, it really screws you up. Like, you get knocked out by one of those frost bats, you get screwed over by one of the Capcan devices, losing almost all of your health. It can just completely flip around and make you win a round that you were not meant to win.
Yeah. Yeah, those two gadgets can really play in for each one another quite well, and as well as that, just they're good solo gadgets. I think my most favorite combination is the Quiz Shield with a Capcan Trap, because the moment you run into that, there's no way you're escaping that. It's either the explosion or the flames will finish you off. But it seems right now it's just the bullets that will be doing that job, as poor Warden just gets completely outed and destroyed. Same goes with Shade. Poor man just can't catch a break. There's a second one for Mitchie, and it's all falling apart. Ferox are only on the last 2 men remaining, and it seems like they just might be able to finish this game in a matter of just a couple more minutes before Macca's close.
Well, remember, they're in Australia, so they're a little further from
they're
Macca's
even,
closing.
yeah, further away.
And also, I don't think Macca's even closes anymore. But there it is. One more to go. They've got the second last one with the C4. He's hiding in the smoke. Oblivion's searching, seeing if you can find just one
How is he alive?
more.
Jesus, he was so close to the flames. I'm genuinely questioning the reality of Siege at this point, because that could have been very close to his demise. But Sushi, 1v5, the man against the world, already running into a Capcan Trap. Well, less of a man now, because I think he just blew off his shins with that Capcan Trap, but does manage to find a shot onto Soy, so at the very least it's not a flawless win.
I'm calling it. He walks into another Capcan Trap. He's going to get a bunch of kills and make it look like it's going to be close, and then he walks into a trap. Can he find it? He's down dark, so there is still quite a few more. They know where he is. He's going to go over and finish it off. So now they've, again, got a pretty good idea where he is. He's got a Claymore nice and behind him, but this is quite far away. They're probably not going to go for that run out. They've got their eyes trained on him, though, which means he's going to get shot down the moment he steps through that doorway, handing the win over to Exto Gaming on map number 1 here on Coastline.
Oh, yes. A very dominant 7-2 for Exto Gaming, who, contrary to all of the disbeliefs, are the ones to come out victorious here and show a very powerful play here, which could propel them up on the leaderboard quite quickly.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, I'm quite excited so far for Exto, but if they get the 2-0, it's not just going to put them up the leaderboard, it's going to slow Ferox down, which is something that happened to them last season. I think something like this happened around where it might not have been a 2-0, but it was a draw that they shouldn't have been drawing against. And right now, we're already at least a draw. So, Exto have already got that map number 1 on Coastline. Really great progress for them. But Cthulu, we're going to come back after the break. And when we do, we're going to have Villa, which is going to be Ferox's pick, to see if they can bring it back for a draw. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Season 3 LPL Pro Rainbow Six Siege. This one brought to you by WD Black. Also brought to you by us two here. We're going to be casting the games throughout tonight. Smite, Cthulhu. Using my head to point because it's that's the way to go these days. But yeah, Cthulhu, we just saw Exto Gaming take game number 1 here on Coastline against Ferox, which is I mean, look, just break it down for me because I've got one question: is what happened?
Look, a whole lot of things really happened here. It's definitely been a bit of a wild map overall. We've seen a whole lot of good frags from Exto, but namely it was just the fact that Exto were catching Ferox off guard on some of the swings and some of the plays. That we saw 2, as a matter of fact, rounds total from Ferox who were able to get some good dubs, some good roaming. But apart from that, it was through and through an Exto Gaming show.
Yeah, I mean, look at what it was. One-sided rounds for Exto. They were pulling them back where it looked like Ferox had the rounds. So, I mean, Exto, it looks like everything's going for them tonight, but Ferox, something's just not quite there. I mean,
yeah,
it's not quite like the Ferox we've seen, for example, just last week.
Yeah, comparative to last week, this is a completely different Ferox. Obviously, well, we don't have a full 5-man roster, and we do have Warden who may have not been too warmed up or so. But look, apart from that, this is looking like right now, Exto are very much centered on the idea of getting themselves that 2-0, propelling themselves up on the leaderboard, slowing down Ferox's approach. And, well, maybe Ferox, if they will keep this up, well, who knows, maybe they will be forced back into the middle of the bracket, which could not even ensure them the playoffs.
Yeah, well, so we got to look at it like this, right? Because it's round robin, so they're all playing each other once. Ferox have already beaten some of the tougher teams, right? Like, you know, they've already got the one against Skyfire done, which is, you know, a good start. So, you know, the best they're looking at here against Exto is a draw. So,
yeah,
you know, I mean, that's okay because they've already got some of the tough ones out of the way, but this is maybe the one they can let slip.
I don't think this is, like, we already approaching, I mean, we mentioned that at the very beginning of the broadcast. This is already week 3. And with the fact that if Ferox are now going to start dropping L's, this is certainly going to make their stakes a little bit higher going further into some of the games. Of course, they still yet to verse teams like Rufflecopter, like Bants, like Shadownet. Shadownet and Bants are probably going to be the ones where they would be expected to get those 2-0. But right now, they need to get that draw at the very least against Exto, because Rufflecopter are looking like they're ramping up all of the revs there for their approach. And
yeah, we'll get a good example of that later on.
Yeah, we'll get a pretty good example, I feel, at a later date. But yeah, look, overall, this is looking pretty dominant. But what's also pretty dominant is the beginning of map number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Send us into Villa, Cthulu. Take us there.
Sure will. Well, there it is. We have the start. Villa and Ferox are going to be the ones to begin things on attack here. The first ban for Exto was the Amaru, which of course, yeah, countered Todd. Second one, that was Thatcher from Ferox and a Valkyrie to add things up for their defensive ban. We'll be seeing the Navy SEALs operator out of the equation. And now all down to Exto's final ban. Hopefully maybe it won't be as controversial as it was before, but no, it will still be smoke. And we're still going to be seeing probably just utter chaos. Because, look, for what it's worth, lack of smoke certainly made it much more difficult to hold some of the sites whenever it is getting close to 30-40 second mark, where most of the utility has been used up, most of the frags have been already done. Say it's a 1 or 2v3. And a lack of smoke, or rather lack of any kind of plant denial, certainly has been hurting the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always smiling at these bans. They're always really fun when matches like this one start coming out. The smoke ban is something I've kind of been waiting on for a while, because it honestly feels like a lot of teams almost rely on having the option of a smoke whenever they want, because it's such a powerful pick. You know, if you deny it from your opponents, it can really catch them out, right? So if you're the team doing the banning on it, so who ended up banning smoke? It was, I believe, Exto. Yeah, Exto. So they're the ones banning smoke. They're possibly making Ferox feel even more uncomfortable. But that said, Ferox are still kind of jumping into it too as well. But I mean, you look at Exto bans, Amaru, smoke. I mean, these are not normal bans that you just bring for any team.
Oh yeah, yeah. Those are definitely bans more so centered around either the playstyle of their opponent or just more so of a meme value. Todd is on Blitz, I just realized. Ferox are bringing in a dual shield formation and has his drone hidden in the pot plant. Thank you very much.
Who was crouching in front of him? Because it looked like he knew that he was there.
That was Dark, who was on Jaeger, who was trying to figure out where he was getting spotted, but
yeah, he didn't find it.
Here's the funny thing. So Jordy actually did grab the Warden to counter Sushi's pick of Ying. But I'm curious whether Ying will even pay off in any of the pushes, because there's already a spawn peak, and well, there goes Warden. So we won't be even seeing that effect, well, or rather that counter to be played in full effect.
Yeah, but remember last time we had Ying without Warden, we didn't even really hear the Candelas go off.
True.
So now we get to hear it, and blinding we see as well. So they've clearly been effective, but no follow-up on a kill. So nothing successful just yet. Maybe a bit of position gain. You got Dark here, who's just hiding back, waiting for the moment to strike, and I'm keen to watch it happen as well. But for now, it looks like apart from that, first initial little bit of action. We've slowed things down. Jordy is going to have to watch from the sidelines. But here we are, Cthulu. Oda's made it up. He's triggering Malusi as well. Basically being as loud and annoying as possible with that big shield.
It just struck me. You know that whole meme about Triggered where it's like the moving, the shaking GIF? This is what the Malusi charge is as well. Well, there's actually a matter of fact, talking about the charge, Blitz has taken a full one and already bonks some mute, gets a double with all thanks to that. And well, full control of the side has been established. Oblivion is the last man standing against the rushing Blitz. Things are certainly looking a little bit dicey here. Pre-fires, anything is attempted to be done, but it's the German power that just finishes things off.
I don't know why Todd was allowed to do half of what he did in that round, but it turns out he was allowed to, and it paid off big. He got into this great position. Everyone said, all right, well, he's got a big shield. I'm not going to look at him anymore. And then the moment they weren't, he immediately jumped onto that opportunity. So really strong round for Ferox. I think a lot of it came from that from Todd. But look, I mean, taking Jordy out right from the get-go is also very strong. Another thing about the weird defensive bans, Cthulhu, is that all the ones that usually get banned are available. You know, Mirror's available anytime you want. Not this one, but last time we had Valkyrie. But, you know, there's just so much mute's going to be available on this game as well. So
Pulse will be available. I
Yep.
love this. I love the reads, though, between the Exto and Ferox. The moment Finka was 6-picked from Sledge, it was a pick of Pulse for Jordy, who will be able to actually get an extended view range onto whoever is affected by the Finka boost. So this could be a very huge play and a very large brain play from Exo if the Pulse does actually end up paying dividends.
but if only they didn't ban the smoke, Cthulhu. Then they could have
Also
used the
true.
gas grenades to make them take more damage. But hey, you'll take one counter on the Pulse. It's a bit of a fun one. It's occasionally useful, but I mean, look, you'll take anything you can get. It's going to be really good. If he does find anything with it, of course, Jordy's going to be on the hunt a lot for it. But always good to see those reads come out. Of course, we've also not really even talked about the fact there's Monty now on Oda. You know, he's going to be able to lead the charge nice and easily, along with Blitz as well. You got two big shields, just basically letting people walk right on in and do whatever they want, I guess.
Yeah, if they're able to counter the Blitz and the Monty plays, this could be huge. The pre-play C4 from Malusi should be able to introduce another unknown variable to the push of Ferox, but it seems that maybe they just might be able to hunt that down. That is if they are going to check the workshop area, because that is going to be quite a far-fetched push, and a very unusual one given that, well, not a whole lot of people usually play around the workshop area, but that C4 could really be the big kick in the in between the legs for Ferox.
Oh
boy.
Big charge coming out from Todd. Why is he allowed to do this? But he just gets up there. Jordy can't do a thing about it. He'll get melee down to death. That's the start that they were looking for. But the lesion traps, the goo mines are just everywhere, which is great to go against all these shields that are walking around. Next finger charge comes out. Todd, not a whole lot of health, but he's still going in burst anyway. The flames will bring him down as well. Another great way to get under the feet of those shield operators.
Indeed, well, Shade needs to do quite a few things. Oh no, Sushi taking a little bit of that damage from the Vulcan shields, but that is another one to be out of the equation. A Thermite Charge will be also opening yet another avenue. That's a C4. It will be blown up, and rather will be dealing more damage to Minchi than the attackers. And well, already amidst all that crossfire, there is a bit of a trade. Dark finding a shot onto Shade. It is back to a 2v2. But now it's a fully buffed Finka versus a Legion. Oh no! Sushi losing out so many shots, and well, we'll be leaving Oda in as the last man standing to try to maybe bonk somebody into another existence.
Well, he's going to have to get a few bonks. That's the problem. When he goes to bonk one person, the other person's going to do the counter bonk onto him. Plus also this. So he's just going to have to rely on the old trusty pistol.
Okay.
And that does the job. So now he's got comparable health to Michi. This is where things get a lot more doable. Of course, he still will have to go for the plant, but I mean, look, he's got the diffuser right there if he needs it, but
there's an interesting thing as well, is the fact that Oda actually brought in the secondary heart breach charge rather than the smoke grenade, so he won't be even able to mask his approach, and runs into the two goo mines. That is Also a bit of a tilted there. Another issue for Michi, he doesn't have a C4 anymore, so it's only gunfight there to do. And ooh, there's the hard breach charge coming in clutch, potentially, or rather, we'll be going in for the breach, and well, there's the opening.
Oh no!
This charge will be revealing the intentions though of the Monty, and Michi should be able to just run up and get the frag. Will be creeping right in. Oh, there's the switch around. 12 seconds remaining. Does manage to clutch it out. Oda! Oh my goodness! Just turns around, flicks it, and gets the job done.
Oda, what a legend! I thought it was all over when he walked into that Malusi trap, revealing his position, but doesn't matter. He pulls it off in the end, clutches it out for Ferox. This is a much better round for sure, a much better start to the series, to the map here on Villa, but I mean, that one was dicey, that one was close. It relied a lot on Oda at the end there, Cthulu. Can they keep it up?
Oh yeah, that is going to be quite a big question here, Smite. Because right now, yeah, they have that two-point advantage, but can they keep it as, yeah, it's definitely going to be a very questionable thing. Trophy and statutory push should be a very interesting thing to witness, given that Todd will just be sticking to the blitz. And at this point, I would imagine that...
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Oh no, that's right.
No. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment. But yeah, I'm curious whether just Exto will be able to just find the counters against the blitz, because yeah, as Warden just stated, he hasn't played Siege for quite a while, hasn't seen the secondary hard, which is definitely quite a recent introduction.
And he's not wrong. It's a big change too. A lot has changed just from one match. It's pretty crazy what Shadow Legacy brought to the game. I think it's way more exciting, honestly. You get things like the Monty Hard Breach. Yeah, it's the stuff of nightmares sometimes. But seeing it actually happen, but in a different sort of way. The way Oda played it out was so smart, honestly. He went for the breach to distract. And, you know, if it weren't for the Malusi trap, he would have gotten away with that plant way smoother. So the guy had a pretty solid plan. I liked it, but again, I want to bring out the fact that those rounds for Ferox have been quite tight. So we need to see them start winning pretty solidly. I mean, look, if they keep clutching it out, but I want to see what's going on here. Todd, lead the way.
Oh yeah, Todd is certainly going to be leading the way. Well, maybe Jordy with the frags will be the one to lead it. Oh no, Todd! That was a dangerous avenue to do, but oh, the impact grenade will be landing straight into the mouth of Todd. We'll be taking him down to just about half health, but trading out a half of your health for a frag onto Legion, that is a very hefty trade that I would take it any time of the day, but that's still going to sting. Jordy is actually just above, I believe, 30 HP, which should keep him alive for maybe a gunfight or two. But seeing Todd will be putting a little bit of a horror in his hands, but more so of a firepower in his hands as well, as, well, that's the German operator down and out.
Yeah, tight one. So Jordy really pulling his weight in this round here, getting 2 frags. Sushi's been dropped down pretty low here. He's just going to frag out and run away, but he's run straight into the line of sight of his opponent, but the crossfire will keep the trade even for now. Just Ferox try and push in once again. They've still got Oda, the big man from round number 2, but he's got Shade this time. Can bring him in, walk into the room. But already, we're getting the concussive mines now coming out here. They're just trying to get any way they can around that shield.
Soya had a pretty good idea to use as grenades, more so just a way to unshield the attacking operator, which usually is being done by the Echo drone. Said it was the yellow mine, but unfortunately didn't really bring any kind of success. There is yet another attempt at the secondary breaching charge, which will be very much successful. So that's another avenue for the entry of Ferox, but right now they need to deal with all of those fraggers, with all those nutty shots. Michi gone down. There is about to be maybe a push from Oblivion, but oh, there's the unshielding, but straight away we're coming back up to it. Right now, Oda needs to keep on spearheading the charge, and the plant needs to go down in the next 30 seconds, because otherwise this will be it. The Habana is now gone. There's the kill. Technically a 1v1 situation, because the Michi is down, and no way Oblivion will be able to finish him off. Oh, Oda gets the confirmed kill, finds the Mozzie, and now will be the one to try to maybe force him off his position.
But he's got to get the plant down. Otherwise, he can't force it. He still has to walk to the diffuser here. 15 seconds to make it work. He knows Mozzie's around here somewhere. Got the diffuser, but that's a lot of noise to be making. And he's going to walk with his back facing towards Oblivion, who will clean that one up and grab the first one from Exto Gaming.
Yeah, Exto managing to make a return finally. Will be able to get themselves yet another round point. Very nicely done. But yeah, still a little bit sketchy there, as Sushi was able to really pick up the pace there for his team. Still a 1 round differential, so Ferox might want to maybe reconsider some of the operator choice, but it doesn't look like this is going to be the case. Still going with semi-meme picks, with Todd and Oda sticking to the shield ops. But look, I get the vibes of more so how Skyfire plays here from Ferox rather than what conventional Ferox is, because if you remember last episode, I was describing Ferox as more so of like that methodical, calm and collected team that is able to just step by step get the win. This is more so just the overly aggressive style that maybe we could see from teams like Skyfire, or maybe just generally from the hyper-aggressive ranked stack. That is about as much as I can give of a description here about how Ferox are currently playing their game here.
I mean, they're still doing it.
They're still doing it.
It did almost, it did almost work in round 3. This could almost be a 3-0, so there's not a lot you can really disagree with them, at least on that part, right? Because it has been working. So, question is, right? You know, they've still got those big shields. Fuse has come to the party, by the way, so Warden is really bringing out his interesting picks, you gotta say. But I wonder if they're going to be able to make the Fuse work. I mean, there's a lot you can do with the Fuse gadget, for sure, but it's very noisy.
Yeah, it's definitely quite a noisy one indeed. Well, talking about noise, Fuse will be the choice. Try to bring some mayhem here to the general idea. Jordy did tank quite some damage, but so is the Pinko of Sushi, who will be coming out disadvantageous after this gunfight. There's still quite a damage that was dealt to Oblivion, although he will be just forced off his general location. And right now, the main idea will be, I would imagine, is to just go for the top floor push and see if they can maybe deal some damage from up above. Maybe some vertical play could happen. The Blitz and the Monty coming around, and right now this is just a double bait. Jordy just does not want to deal with any of that play, and right now, oh, so much damage has been already dealt to Todd. So many plays being done. There's already the kill, there's a down, and there's a trade by yet another pistol of Monty.
He confirmed the kill. He confirmed the kill onto Todd. That's actually quite worth it. So now the shields are down. Oda's a little bit trapped. The next finger charge has come out. Oh man, and you can hear the fuse charges going off above as well. A lot of chaos going on around the map right now. This is what Ferox are looking for. Gonna break down the barricade to see if they can continue going. Everything is opening up right now. Got a big shield to go in front of this one. Sushi's found Michi as well. Now things are looking very dicey for Exos. Oblivion falls. Sushi continues the lawnmower. Only Sawyer remains. The plant will be confirmed. This one is looking like Ferox around through and through.
Yeah, there we go. Just as the diffuser was planted, Oda is finding the final kill, but oh my lord, how was Sushi allowed to live is my question of the day here, because that triple kill by any other means should not have happened. Firstly, he kept on spraying in a completely opposite direction, and it mostly Bandit's fault for falling to that. Secondly, well, he shouldn't have gotten that third kill from that semi-hipfire spread.
Yeah, rough one to fall through. I love the image of both Todd and Oda with the shield operators rushing forwards. It's like a nightmare for sure. But Jordy, I mean, he held strong. He managed to get one kill, confirming it too, not just a down. Always a pretty solid way to do it. They're still doing the exact same thing here. Glaz is going to be the only change. I think actually being the first time they're bringing it out too, which is, I know they've been teasing it before, but the first time it's actually confirmed.
Yeah, this is going to be a conventional Glaz with the smoke grenades to help him utilize his thermal scope a little bit more, efficiently. But yeah, look, right now, looking at the frags as well, by the way, as Oda just pointed out, he's still fragging with Monty. out of all the things, and then Todd to follow suit with 5 frags, which is yeah. Look, I'm lost for words. I'm amused by all of this and excited to see if they will be able to keep up that lead, because right now, if Ferox are able in such manner to run away with a dub on second map, this will be a very peculiar scoreline.
Very confusing series. I mean, it kind of was.
Extremely, yeah.
Kind of was just from map number 1, just the individual rounds. This one, it's continuing. It's still very entertaining to watch for sure. You don't see operators like these every day, which is awesome. So love it to see it from Ferox. I want to see the big shield charge coming again. This is something they really need to watch out for sure, as the shield operators. Yeah, and Todd's already had his toe shot off quite a few times, particularly last round. But, you know, Monty's going to be vulnerable to that as well. They've got a lot of backup on the one door here, so they may be able to start swinging through, making their way in. Oh no, but Sushi's made his own way in. Oblivion's going to be out of here. He's found the Mozzie.
Yeah, finding a Mozzie is going to be huge. That's the C4 plus the vertical presence off the board. But Sushi is alive only all thanks to that Finker boost that he had, because otherwise, without the health boost, he would have been a goner. Thankfully, he's still able to do a fair few things, but not for long. Shade will be out from this game, and a C4 as well from down below will be there, and a C4 to damage Oda even further will be not making his life any more better. With Todd now off the board, Warden is about to take even more damage. Peeks with the PMM, gets the better of Dark. Same goes for Mitch as he falls to the hands of Oda. That's the works gone as well, and all of a sudden this is a 1v3 with Jordy being the last man standing, and even he won't be able to stay alive and contest the mighty PMM. Smite, I know we've said that a million amount of times at this point, but I am lost for words as to what is this whole match.
At that point, Ferox also knew they were all of them on like no health too, so they knew it would have been quite tilting because everyone would have got a shot on them at some point, so a little bit rough there. Yeah, and unfortunately those C4s not even taking down Oda, that one's really rough to have happen too. I mean, yeah, you got him pretty low, but by that point it was basically all done. We've got Ferox now in 4 rounds. This is they're very close to getting that 5-1 half.
Look, if they will, I will be even more so surprised. There is a Cav pick. I could see you rubbing your hands, and it seems that like they are actually going to stick it. Warden, after toying with my emotions once again, will be sticking to the sledge pick. But apart from that, we're seeing what now feels at this point a very standard pick of Blitz and Monty. And a Ying to now add a pinch of salt there in the whole formula of chaos.
You know the great thing as well is that unless Ferox planned to play like this every time on Villa, then this is just hiding how they normally play. This is actually quite interesting, you know, even just outside of LPL Pro, you know, if they're going to plan to do anything else on Villa, then no one's going to know what it is because they're doing this, and it's getting them wins.
Poor Jordy is just expressing his displeasure about playing which until you find the third. Oh no. Yeah, look, right now he's not having a whole lot of fun to play against the double shield meta because that is probably the most pain. But not to worry, the shields will be nerfed in the next patch as there is quite a rework coming around where the fully extended multi-shield will be pretty much acting like the Clash shield, so if you melee it, he will go into that kind of stunned phase. But apart from that, that's quite an ambiguous swing there by the attack of what I'm guessing was Michi. And again, we're already seeing the hard breach charge to be done.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing you can call Ferox, it's definitely fast. They're running in quite quickly to get all these openings already up. You've got Oda now already inside. That nade just tickles him as he continues to stand there, block the way, block any other kind of info. He's losing a bit more health now though, and that's just a little bit too much as Oblivion finds him, but Todd's the other man with the shield. He himself has lost a fair chunk of health too, but he's still alive here, and he's getting his team onto the point. Dark having to fall back so far, doesn't find anyone in the fire. The return fire, in fact, another trade, in fact, goes on in the background. We're actually getting the plant while the Candelas go out, but after the light fades, all that remains is Sushi. facing down everyone on Exto.
And Exto are able to get a very nice, very fresh retake there for themselves to get a hold of yet another round. Taking a 4-2 squad at the end of the first half of map number 2, which should definitely put them at a slight position of hope that they might just be able to make a comeback. But, dude, this is by far one of the most entertaining, confusing, and I guess mind-blowing is another way to really describe it, matches, because this is we've seen so far one of the most wildest bans, wildest picks, and some of the wildest clutches, including Oda's clutch with the Monty. Which I have to say, this is one of my MVP picks, I gotta say.
Oh yeah, Oda's had a crazy amount of success so far tonight. It's been incredible. I mean, particularly just that one MVP round you were just talking about, where he clutched it out, saved it for his team. This could be a 3-3, essentially, right? If it were not for Oda in that moment. So,
oh yeah,
already keeping Ferox ahead. Of course, Exeter to win that last one will be feeling pretty good. Will be feeling not out completely just yet. They've already won one map, so they know they can do it for sure. Now, the thing is, we've swapped sides, Cthulhu. So we're not going to get the Blitz Monty continuously every single round. Sawyer did reference it in the draft. He hovered it for a moment, but it does remain back to a little bit of normal here on the attacking side, right? You know, Lion's still popping his head out, but that seems to be a bit of flavor teams are bringing to Villa. But Sushi, he's hanging out. He's waiting for someone to come in and pop in and say hello.
Oh, that is going to be an attempt at the run out. Maybe we shall be seeing a run out. Oh, Sushi goes in, climbs the van, does deal the damage to Dark, but will be forced to fall back because right now the timing has been a little bit off. There's already a few pre-flies to try to cut off the rotation out there. And maybe a rush to try to catch him on the rotation is going to be in effect, but apart from that, nothing much will be done. Oh, a little bit of a pre-fire, a little bit of a cheeky spray down could have been done there, but Sushi does not look like he's just done yet.
He's constantly up against an entrance all the time, so he's keeping Ferox on their toes, sorry, Exeter on their toes, to keep their eyes out, keep their ears out, and they know they can't just walk into any building or any room without worrying about him. Now he's finally escaped and, you know, gotten the most of his wasting time, but Oblivion's now the man to walk forward with not a whole lot of fear in the world right now. Another thing we didn't really mention is Oda returns with a shield on the Clash, so that's going to be a problem later on. And someone might have found it already. Oblivion's found Sushi, but Todd has found Dark as well, so all is well for the remaining members alive. But they've gotten rid of that roamer there for Exto, so Exto is going to have a lot more room. Hopefully they've got their breaches done though, Cthulhu, because no more ace.
No more ace, no more secondary heart breach charge as well, because Lion actually has one, but right now it doesn't look like it's phasing Exto in any shape or form. Sawyer and Oblivion do manage to push out and get the frags all down to Oda and Warden. Warden is still full health, so is the Clash, but Clash needs to unshield before any kind of damage can be done. Oblivion, with finding that shot onto Warden as well, will be making the life of the Clash even more painful. And right now, with her position now being spotted, the flashbangs rolling in, it's only down to the gunplay, and now being fully blind is certainly not the play there. Michi to shut her down and get yet another point for Exto Gaming, as we are now only on a 1-round differential here.
I feel like everyone was blind at that point, at the end. People dodging bullets just without looking at them at all. Exto bringing one back. It's now not so bad. It's 3-4, so certainly doable, certainly winnable. They're close enough to that 2-0 that they can taste it, so they just need to hold calm and retain their presence. But for Ferox, it would be a disaster to drop this map after such a strong start too, so same thing goes for them. They just need to hold their composure, march their way through these final few rounds, not drop any that they're not meant to. But I mean, from how Exo have been going on attack, I feel like that's a little harder said than done.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see how will this very round unravel, whether Ferox will continue their point advantage, or whether we will be seeing a draw here between the two teams, because Exo certainly are looking pretty dead set on getting themselves that 2-0 after already granting themselves a very quick 7-2 win on Coastline. And here, look, I mean, Ferox did get themselves a really nice point advantage, but that was off some, dare I say, hyper-aggressive kind of low brain activity plays. Although, well, I say low brain activity, but the way how Todd and Oda were playing the shields, that is probably the highest IQ I've seen from the shield players. So take it as you want it. Probably I'll get a few angry DMs, but who cares at this point?
We get it. You don't like shields.
I mean, I don't mind. I occasionally pick shields whenever I cannot frag. So
Oh, you hear this guy?
yeah,
He can't aim.
I can't aim. Hey, who cares at this point?
Now I'm the one saying that shield operators can't aim. Oh, we're both being so mean here, Cthulhu. But oh my gosh, I look away for a moment, and Sawyer has already fallen. That is a rough one for Exto because they really have been coming down to the wire in a lot of these rounds. Luckily, though, they can swing one back, so it's not going to be a disaster after all.
Although trading out a Mozzie for a Buck is still gonna hurt quite a little bit for the attack. That swing by Todd could very much pay the dividends because right now he's about to run into one of the attackers and whilst reloading, oh no! That is unfortunate there for Todd, but very fortunate for Jordy as he was fully prepared, although nearly lost all of his health.
Oh man, what a disaster for Todd. But no, Oblivion is going to make it just as bad for Sushi. And now, just 2 members remaining for Ferox. Warden's going to be on the hunt, so at least he can find someone. He's got a C4 in the pocket. He is going to use it, but he can't get safe. Well, he can, but he will do only half the health bar to Dark. But it will be finished off by Warden himself, walking up the stairs. Almost won the next battle, but Minchi survives it. And now just Oda. The man has done some magic before, but I think they know where he is, Cthulhu.
Might have a general idea. Oh, the pre-fires are there. The pincer movement is about to happen, and well, Exo showcasing us how confident they are on some of those swings. 3rd round in a row to ensure that they are going to be staying in the draw.
A lot of, I mean, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that caster, but it did feel like there were just a few mechanical slip-ups in that round. I mean, that round itself, so you can kind of not worry too much about them, but it does say maybe some of the teams, some of the players are feeling the burn now because this is a tight one. This is an important one for the round robin, you guys. I have to emphasize that, right? Even now that we've only got 1 game left to decide, it's the difference between Ferox continuing on with a 2-0. Well, actually, just not going down 2-0, right? It's Exo who are posing for the 2-0.
Yeah.
Ferox are fighting to keep their place at the top.
Yeah, Ferox would definitely want to play at least for an upset here to try to get a draw, keep themselves up on the leaderboard. Maybe Exto might be able to get to them eventually after next week, maybe. But yeah, if it's a draw tonight, at the very least for Ferox, they will be able to achieve the bare minimum, I suppose, points-wise. Although, performance-wise, this is definitely by far one of their rather, I don't want to say the weaker performance, but it's definitely, we've seen some few questionable decisions.
It's making me interested to see what they look like in the next few weeks, for sure.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
But yeah, I mean, this is, like I've been saying, it's an important one for both sides to win. I mean, both of them have kind of got some of the tougher, or like other tough matches out of the way, but they still want to be the one that comes out on top for this one. The thing for Exto is that they've already won 1 match, so that if they lose this one, they can be like, oh well guys, we'll get them next time.
Yeah.
For Ferox, if they lose this one map here on Villa, then they're like, oh, no you guys, we just got 2-0'd. We get no points this week for the leaderboard. Whereas, you know, for Exto, at least they got 1 in the losing map scenario. But let's see if this is going to be the case. We're still most of the way through the map here on Villa. Oh, Sawyer, he's getting close, but did he see?
He didn't. I don't think he saw Vigil. No, he didn't see the Vigil. So right now, this is going to be a perfect moment here. If the Vigil will be able to find the shot. No, Todd instead does manage to find Jordy, but the call out is already there, and Todd will be firmly pulling back from that position. Dark at the very least is able to get a refrag, so that's Sushi out of the equation. So is Todd, Oblivion, fantastic play. All down to Oda and Shade and Warden as well, and funnily enough, well, Blitz is present on the field.
Yeah, gonna be still totally doable for Ferox here to win. They've got a lot of firepower here. Basically, no breaches are going to be allowed to happen with the Kayed and the Bandit left. I'd be surprised if they found any way in. I mean, it's not electrifying soft walls. Why not? But
yeah. Right now, it seems like more so just a question of where do they want to start applying pressure, because Xto, whilst having the man advantage, they shouldn't take Ferox lightly. They still are able to run away with a fair few frags, a fair few kills. And right now, Oblivion, that's a very well-cooked grenade, but won't be netting any frags. So right now, yeah, it's a call before the storm, Smite, as Xto just waiting for the right moment and the right opportunity to go in for the pushes. That is another bit of utility that has been expended.
yeah, luckily for them, they've set it up so there's lots of time. They can put in the final pieces. The EE1D, of course, I think there's one more. Yeah, they've got one more in the pocket for the final push. Dark has got his suspicions, but now it's starting to happen here. Shade and Oda are going to have to hold down the fort as the shields come on in and try to take over them, but they do have backup. They do have space to move to get extra crossfires, but it's going to be Oda left on the field. Warden getting some fire around the corner, but he runs around for the
tries
swing.
to snipe, yeah. Goes in for the swing, unfortunately won't be netting him anything. Oda gets a frag, but gets blinded, unfortunately, to his demise. And now it's all down to Shade. Shade finds one, nearly finds two, but there's a crossfire. Oblivion is just going absolutely nuts and keeping it stable for his team. 4-round streak now for Xto Gaming, who are certainly now well in the lead.
Yeah, they've definitely turned things back on. The swap to attacking side has certainly been helping them out quite a lot here. It could also come down to some of these bans here too. Remember, they were the ones to pick up the weird ones, smoke out and make teams uncomfortable here. Remember, think about how many teams, how many games you've watched that have had smoke on that very point. On all the points here.
That is true.
And now suddenly you don't have that option.
Another thing is, yeah, smoke is also one of the direct counters to this shield plays. So right now, if Blitz would have tried to go anywhere extra aggressive, Ferox would have been rolled. Xto would have gotten rolled there. So yeah, a few things could have happened if smoke would not have been banned, but it seems that we get to see what now feels the alternate reality here.
But this is where they start reaping the rewards of the smoke ban, right?
True.
You know, it doesn't do anything at the start when they're on defense. If anything, it just puts them in that weird position. But they know about it. But now they've had time to swap. They've won 4 rounds in a row. So it's clearly working out for them on attack here. The shields are absolutely popping off here. You know, they can really just rush in. And the great thing for Xto as well is when it goes wrong for them, it's usually just something that catches them out at the start. And they can kind of clean it up, tidy it up, go back, and start planning to make it work. And even then, I mean, they still got it in that 4v4 we just saw. Here we've got Todd. This man has been trying to do some pretty ambitious stuff on the Vigil. In fact, the man has been ambitious on everyone here tonight. I've really been respecting the amount of balls that everyone on Ferox have actually been playing.
Yeah, it seems that ambitious was kind of their slogan at this point for today. Just go for the most wildest swings, wildest peaks, some interesting strats, if one could call them that, and try to just find those frags. Well, it did give them partial success during the first half of map number 2, that is Villa, but apart from that, nothing really has come out from their defense. They still yet to find a single win on the second half, and it's not looking too pretty here for them.
Next to E1D, someone, I believe, should have been spotted there. Geordie is going to be sneaking up. The ping's already come out, but oh no, just at the right moment. It's going to be Warden to swing it around through the window. Oblivion has found Oda in the background. Going to be running down the stairs. Todd's gone for the run out. Still just doesn't get it.
Yeah, beauty of Todd as well is he's also a direct counter right now to Lion. So whenever the Lion ping does come out, just pop the ERC7 and then just go hard for all that roam. There has been a little bit of a gunfight happen between the 2 of the defensive players, and I believe that was the Lion, but apart from that, really nothing much Todd is still playing on the ground floor, and so is Warden. But right now, Warden could have a very powerful position if he can play his cards right.
Yeah, you've just got people all over the place here for Ferox, so they've got some great positions, but a lot of it's going to be solo. The first solo one's going to be Todd to grab Sawyer. An excellent way to begin that, starting it off.
Sawyer's not happy about that flank at all.
What gives you that idea?
A whole lot of things, including the text chat, but right now the poor man is just not particularly happy. Thankfully, though, for Exto, there's still Oblivion. He's going hard, already a triple kill. Almost looking at the fourth kill here, but look, it's all down to Shadow and Todd. There's a plan already starting to happen. No EE1Ds, and well,
what?
A complete, full-blown shutdown from Ferox in a 2v3, and they claimed their round back.
Oh man, it was all just from this man here, Shade, getting 2 of the 3 kills there. Almost immediately. That was a solid little one to pull out. It looked like Exto had it. I mean, they had the E1D going and everything, so kind of surprising. But hey, look, you know, you'll save that one. You prevent the match point from Exto. That is huge amount of value for them to pull out of that one. I mean, both sides right now should be feeling that passion, that burn, because both of them are 1 round away from that match point, 1 round away from getting in a position to just skip overtime entirely from that next round. So this one is going to be so important, because otherwise, if you're the one that loses this round here, suddenly you've got to go through overtime or lose.
Yeah, right now this is going to be quite a rough patch here. If either one of the teams will end up losing this very round. Round 11, probably one of the second most important one after round 12, as this will be deciding who will be ensuring themselves the overtime and I suppose the second chance to get the win on this very map. Ferox were able to at the very least break the 4-round streak that Exto had, so this is already a good beginning. Sushi, okay. Oh, please stop toying with your prey. This is... There we go. Okay.
What was that, 5 swings? 6?
I think 5, yeah.
It's alright, only the whole stream saw it.
But in all seriousness, right now, the way how Exto playing are very much more composed comparative to Ferox, whereas Ferox are just playing for kind of the wildcard element, I suppose. And Todd's run out is yet again proving that exact statement.
But they're both feeling it right now. They're aiming basically exactly at each other right now. Todd is in a good position. Geordie's upstairs making a whole lot of noise. He's about to swing, but comes back just a little bit. Doesn't immediately go up. But here's Todd. This man coming in around right now. Completely invisible to drones as well, but hasn't swung into anyone just yet. I'm feeling a lot of aggression from the sides here. Defense and offense. So someone's bound to be taken out any moment now. Todd is bloodthirsty, you can tell. He's hunting them down, looking for them, but this is the only man that truly knows where anyone is. It's Warden on that pulse, but it's Geordie to get the first kill onto Shade. The mute out of here.
Get the mute out of here. Get one of the higher fragging players out of the equation, and as well as the C4. But right now, all of the chances are still there. Honestly, for Ferox, same goes for Exto. Their chances are even better because they keeping their IQ alive for even longer. And right now, if she's able to either frag out or get rid of some of the utility, this is going to be huge. She's already on side and should be able to get the drop. There's one. Can she find the second one? There could be a Maestro. Sushi is getting continuously naded here, and right now he could get pinched pretty quickly. The moment the retake is going to attempt to be done, this will be all over Red Rover, and well, this is it. Jordy finds another one, and all down to Oda. Yeah, it's just that's what I would do as well. Just hit the wall, against the wall, in an attempt to do something. And well, Exto finishing that round in a flawless manner.
Does he at least get the visual? I think he was a second too late to see him run into the wall.
Oh man, that I could feel that. Just that whole move, I could relate to that on a whole new level.
I didn't look at it and see like think, oh, ouch, or oh, that's gonna hurt. It was I understand. I know how you feel.
Ah, yes.
We've all had a round like that, but all of a sudden, flawless round. Exto now on match point Cthulhu. They're 1 round away from a 2-0 against Ferox.
Yeah, this could be a very huge thing for Exto, given that they are still at the moment, I believe they're on 4th place, if I'm correct.
Exto, because they had a draw in the first week.
Then they got a dub in the second one. So yeah, so they are actually contesting in the tiebreaker here between themselves and the Ferox. So this should propel pretty nice and well at the top of the leaderboard if they do score themselves that 2-0. But time will have to tell, well, exactly in about 3.5 minutes, whether we are going to be seeing just whether we are going to be seeing the overtime or not. But yeah, that still yet remains to be seen.
Look at Ferox, though. They're going a little bit more, I mean, not necessarily reliable in terms of operators, but things that, you know, are probably going to get the job done. Things like, you know, the Rook armor, it's always going to get on you, right? You're always going to get the value out of that one. Frost, not so much, but you can at the very least block off certain areas. So I feel like, yeah, they're just relying on Exto coming in and maybe getting too aggressive, maybe making a mistake here, and they can catch them out on it. They know that Ferox themselves are being quite aggressive, so I wonder if they're gonna be falling back. There's no Vigil or anything coming out this round.
Yeah, no odd roaming picks. Rather Todd to be bringing in the Frost, and already the first blood by Jordy to get rid of the Rook out of all of the operators. Potentially Shade could be losing his head here as well, but instead it's Jordy who will be traded out. Fantastic swing by the mute player.
Yeah, I mean, he was ready for that one. Just easily had it in his sights there. Good one to take out Jordy as well, who's been really ramping up throughout the second half of this map here. So now he's gone. IQ as well, meaning now they can't clear out the utility. So little bit of a tough spot for Exto, but certainly not undoable at all. They still have plenty of breach and plenty of firepower. Looking at their roster, but it's about it for what they're bringing to the table here. So looking to move in with a few concussions, but you've got Oblivion, you've got Dark, all camping down the certain angles, but Dark's going to be running around. No, oh no!
Sushi.
It's going to be Michi. Michi was caught out by Sushi there, so this is suddenly slowing down a lot for Exto.
Yeah. We might just be seeing an overtime maybe come out here. Exto losing out on Michi is certainly going to throw in a bit of a spanner in the works, but Soy is able to equalize the man count. Sushi being out of the equation now is also going to make things a little bit easier with the fact that there's no more the 80-round box mag Aldo. But also that is one of the anchor players, I believe.
Yeah, so this is going to maybe make some sort of angle for them to come back in here. If they find anything through here, cooking up the nade. Oblivion will not find anyone from it, so with only 50 seconds left to go, everything but bullets about to run out. It's time for Exto to make that push. It's going to be a pretty scary one. You've got to watch out for the frost mats for sure, but it's Oblivion to go for the swing, the peak, but no! He's torn down in his push, along with his two teammates. And Ferox, well, they bring us to overtime.
Overtime indeed, a very odd as well overtime here to witness between these two teams, given that, well, all the whole beginning of the round was pretty much spelling the win for Exto there, but Ferox not ready to be done with this map just yet.
Yeah, remember Ferox got a really good start as well, so as much as we hype up Exto and winning like, what, 4 or 5 rounds in a row in the second half, well, Ferox did almost as well in the first half, and now they've obviously come back here near the end. We're now in overtime here. Is the Cav going to stick? I kind of really hope so, but we'll just have to hang out here for now. I'm not sure. There have been a lot of mind games here with the picks Cthulhu, but looks like that tick mark is saying we're going to get it.
Yeah. Cav will be locked in, which is certainly going to be a very interesting one. Funnily enough, it is kind of a thankful for Ferox case. They actually didn't pick an IQ Exto, so no more of the vertical disposal of the utility. Instead, it's going to be another shield. Maybe Todd will be able to find an interrogation, and if he does, this is going to be certainly swinging the favor massively into the hands of Ferox, but everything is yet to be still found out because Todd could get shut down pretty quickly, just like he was in Coastline.
Yeah, and real interesting that Geordie's the one to go onto the Monty as well. He's been having a lot of the top frags, although Oda and Todd have shown that you can get top frags with the shield operators, so you know, never count them out at all. So maybe Geordie will pull out some big value here in the overtime, but Todd, well, he's been feeling a bit dirty this game, so he's going to hang out in the bath until maybe someone swings by.
Maybe somebody will give him a hand at cleaning himself as well, after all the filthy plays that he went for. But jokes aside, right now he might just be able to actually catch people off guard, because I don't think anyone would really drop in the drone into the bath, and that is a very ambitious peek there by Witness. I am surprised that he didn't die, but overall, oh, that's one way. No, Todd, what are you doing? What is happening? How is this even possible? He gets the kill, but right now he's about to get swung on because he is spotted. Warden gets the frag. Todd gets a kill as well! And only now he goes down, but how is that man allowed to live?
Not quite the interrogation, but you know what? We love highlight plays. The fadeaway kill as he drops down the building. I mean, morale must be shattered right now for EXO. 2 people left to get the attack finished. This is not looking good for them at all, but hey, look. Maybe they'll get lucky, maybe they'll get some good shots. I'm still reeling off that Todd play.
I'm lost for words about that one. I do not understand how did he get that second kill, but it seems that the Siege Gods have blessed him with that phenomenal peak, and well, right now, every angle will be pretty much face-checked here by EXO, which is probably the last thing that they would want, especially now that their time is slowly starting to run out. But that prone peak, oh, that prone peak is going to be very beneficial there for the defense, and now leaving all down to Dark amidst all of that chaos, and it's Shade to pick up the final kill. My goodness, it is just a complete devastation here by Ferox.
Oh man, crawling through the barbed wire as well. I mean, classic way to keep yourself hidden. But we continue now through overtime. That one just a little bit tough there, of course, but you know, overtime is at least, well, it can be 3 rounds, so you're never out until you're out. Ferox 1 round away from shutting down this insolence from Exto Gaming, and Exto Gaming are, well, 1 round away from claiming their regicide. Well, 2 rounds away actually, but
Boy,
you know.
oh boy,
You ready for? Are you ready for this one?
Oh god, I could just feel all the pain, the mental, the physical pain, just looking at this lineup. This is the nightmares of all the ranked players, really. This is just, if you see that kind of lineup appear, at this point you just either contemplate your existence, your life choices, or the decision to play ranked. And probably all of those questions will be returning negative.
Just to be clear, you're talking about the nightmare that is all the shields and the Ash and
the shields,
and
the Ash, the Finka, the Hibana as well, because all of them will be able to swing. All of them will be able to push very aggressively, and for a general kind of, general rule, a solo player against any of these 2 operators will not be able to take both of them down.
Well, Exto might have to deal with this. Remember, everyone, that Ferox had an excellent first half here on attack. Now they're back here, and they're not changing it up. I mean, shields coming back and forth. The only thing they're doubling down on is that firepower that you were just mentioning, the Ash and the Hibana, along with the Thinker. And then you throw the shields into the mix, and well, it's pretty simple what you got to do. But Geordie, what a way to begin it.
Yeah, and one way to really start it was just to press the button on the phone and make the C4 go boom, because that is the Hibana gone. There's still Oda bring it in his usual, at this point, fashion, bringing in the secondary hard breach charge, and well, full-blown push. Todd and Oda, the deadly shield duo, will be coming out. There's still one more C4 on the side in the hands of Oblivion, but I'm pretty sure that man is playing on site.
Alright, well, Oda is going to come out and say, hello, welcome to the site, this is now mine. And I'm going to be bringing my team over in just a moment. He's had the floor opened up, and just beneath him, He's essentially not allowed to go any further at all, but he's secured this position at least for his team. But remember, they are a man down. Ferox are going to need everything they can, and they've just lost Sushi. That's the thinker now off board. And Jordy, he's hanging out below, ready for anyone to take a step over. The smoke might have covered it, though. But no, Todd will fall as well. That's the first shield down. Now there's only 2 left. Only 2 remain. Warden gets 1. Does he down the other one? Yes, he does with the double kill, but he's lost Oda. He gets 3, but that wasn't enough. So Exeter will take us all the way to round 15. All the way.
All the way indeed. And this was a round that probably one of the rather more decisive swings by Exto until Warden decided to go for the play. Unfortunately, just wasted a little bit too much ammo on the first pick before downing the Legion. But alas, that was still a very valiant play, a very valiant effort. But now we are going back to the defense of Trophy. The side that just got defended. Last time Trophy was played on the defense of Ferox, it was won by them. This is where they kind of broken the streak that Exto Gaming had. So maybe we shall be seeing a repetition of that history, or maybe we'll just be seeing a complete stomp by Exto. But funnily enough, Ferox actually do realize that playing Cap for the second time would be a large mistake. So instead, we're just going to be seeing a Cap can.
Attackers need to locate and
Oh, but I wonder how much it throws off their opponents, how much it throws off Exto, because we're talking about pressure all series, and even the chat knows it, because it's all coming down to this one moment here. One round. It's going to decide whether this is a 1-all, where Ferox can breathe easy a little bit, be a little disappointed, but breathe easy, or if Exto can claim that 2-0, shoot up the leaderboard, shut down Ferox for this week. It's all down to this round.
It's all down to this round indeed, Smite. Every kill, every death will be counting here. Noah will be pretty much amping up the pressure for both of these teams. Exeter right now really want to get the last round win to get themselves down to a 2-0, but Ferox needs to play for an upset here. They want to ensure that the draw will be in full effect, and well, that their opponents will be getting any points.
At this point, we've had 50-50 win chance from both sides on both positions, so it's really anyone's round here. Jordy, he's on a mission. You can see him in chat. He's found Shade, but it's just a trade. That's where his glory will end.
Yeah, a bit of a mistimed E1D as well. Will not be giving out any information. With a 4 versus 4, this could be an interesting situation, because not only there's a minus C4 for Shade, there's no longer that entry fragger in the face of Jordy, but Oblivion looks like he just might be able to step up to the challenge.
The good thing about taking the Mozzie out as well. Oh, wait, Oblivion. Nade through the hole. Defines him, finds Oda. What a great one. He's lost half his health, though. Has to be careful. Has to be careful, but no danger is nearby, at least for now. And the rest of Ferox will hang back and anchor after that devastating blow.
Yeah, Ferox right now will need to play very carefully. They need to get rid of this sledge very quickly, because otherwise their attention will be very much split between the 2 pushes that will be happening. There's quite an attack being planned to happen from the south side of the villa. So right now it's going to be all down to Sushi and Warden to try to do something here, and for Todd to try to counter the Oblivion swing. But we'll have to see in just a matter of just a short few seconds. There's the swing being prepped. Oblivion just waiting for the right moment to start causing the chaos and go in for the swing, because if he does able to find that shot onto Todd, this is going to be the position of Sushi completely compromised. E1D goes in for the swing. The grenade being prepped and cooked. There could be a kill. There's the grenade flying in. There's the trade as well. Exo 2v3 situation. This could very much be their round for the taking, but right now with a minute remaining, the breach is only now starting to happen. Michi, another E1D popping, and there's Sushi gone. All down to Warden to try to clutch this back, but right now the swing onto Dark could be proven fatal for him. There's a swing. Doesn't know the position. Gets the 1v2. Now, 2 more frags, still on full health. Might just be able to find a shot onto Sawyer, but both of those players are currently offside as the plant did go down.
Yeah, the plant being down really seals this for Exto. It's all on Warden, and he's been surrounded. Exto Gaming all the way into overtime after winning map number 1. It took a little bit longer here on Villa, but they clinch it out for the 2-0.
Oh man, that did go down to the last few moments, and my goodness, this was quite a barn burner of a matchup. But oh man, I gotta say, props to both of the teams for doing their best, but even more so, props to Exto for pushing this out to a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, it's one of the ones where we looked at it, we said, yeah, okay, look, it's got potential to be a close one, but we've got favorites. We think Ferox are going to be the ones more likely to take maps, but right away, Exo came in and said, no, we are not going to have any of that at all. I mean, what a solid performance from them. 2-0 against Ferox, so one of the hardest matches in the round robin. You've 2-0'd it. Now you're on to the easier ones.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Exo, I believe, are still yet to verse Rufflecopter as well, which is going to be quite a interesting showcase of performance from both of the teams. But that is yet to be seen, I believe, in the coming weeks. But look, I mean, congrats. Exto are now currently on the top of the leaderboard, finally reclaiming the dub for themselves in their first place, similar to how it was in the second season. But I believe we still have one more match to witness.
Yeah, I know. So much happened in that one, but we still have another match to go. So coming up after the break when we return, we're getting down with Bance versus Rufflecopter. Welcome back, everybody, to Season 3, to Rainbow Six Siege, and to LPL Pro. This one brought to you by WD Black. My name is Smite, this is Cthulu, and we've got one more match for you tonight. But before we get into it, let's quickly touch on what we just saw, because we just saw a 2-0 by Exto Gaming against Ferox, who I believe were at the very top of the table, Cthulhu.
Yes, Ferox were very much at the top of the leaderboard there, but due to, well, their performance just now, unfortunately, will be dropped down to, I believe, at least 3rd place?
Well, I think it's only technically 2nd now. Because,
technically 2nd, yeah.
You know, they're tied with, I think, Skyfire.
PC.
Yeah, PC 419, sorry.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a bit of a battle going on at the top, but with that win, Exto Gaming, I believe, shoot just above all of them by 1 point. We'll get an update later on, guys, to confirm all of that, but we obviously have 3 more matches for this week, one of which is coming up now. So let's start talking about this one, Cthulhu, because it's Bance versus Rufflecopter. We know about Bance, but Rufflecopter we've seen a few games of, and I've got to say, they're impressing me.
Yeah, Bance and Rufflecopter, this is going to be a bit of an interesting match. Yeah, whilst Rufflecopter are a fresh, well, kind of a fresh introduction to the LPL Pro, some of these players are very much of a veterans already in here, and potentially looking to net themselves that nice title of the champion of Season 3 very quickly. But Bance, at least from their last game against ShadowNet, they were a very dominant force, so maybe they might be coming up on a massive improvement here, and maybe they will be the ones to claim sometime the victory. But let's take a closer look.
All right, let's take a look at the lineups here. So we'll jump into the first one here, which is going to be Rufflecopter, and this one led up by Atlas. You've got Boydie, Warmosh, Deptra, and of course Campo. Now, Campo, I want to point out, because he had last week a spectacular performance.
Yeah. Oh, Campo was one of my MVPs there for his team, and honestly has been a phenomenal player to really watch.
I'm going to say me too. Boydie came very close to that as well. So I want to give a big honorable mention to him too. Now, for their opponents, of course, we've been talking these guys up. Bance Gaming. We talk about veterans in LPL Pro. Well, these guys certainly are as well. You've got JKN, aka Nath, Cordial, Hello, Mixers, and Tryhard. So a lot of these guys have been around for a while, but of course some new blood been added in. They've been seeing, well, maybe not as much success as they've been wanting to this season.
Yeah, they certainly are not yet considered the best players out of the best rosters, but I gotta say they have been getting better and better. They have been evolving with some of their play, so it's certainly one of those things that, well, you would love to see. But today is certainly going to be quite a challenge, I would have to say.
Oh yeah. And speaking of challenges, let's take a look at the key player matchup, because on an individual level, this could be very difficult for Bance, because on one side you've got Boydie, who we've just been hyping up as well, and then you've got JKN, aka Nate. So Nathan's had some pretty excellent results actually in LPL Pro before. You've seen him pop off. Does he match the Boydie? At least what we saw last week.
Yeah, this would be the grand question here because Nath and Cordial, as a matter of fact, they were the deadly duo of bans in the last few matches. For Boydie, he's almost sometimes feels like a one-man army. He's able to just completely shut down a whole bunch of plays and able to really force almost the attackers to kind of play rather around him for his own convenience.
Yeah, so it's going to be a tough one for, well, I mean, the players for sure, but the teams as a whole too. But Rufflecopter probably feeling pretty confident for it, but Bance, I imagine, will themselves be feeling pretty confident as well after last week. But because of that, we get to see how confident they actually are because we caught up with one of the teams before the match.
So last week we had Elemental and we won quite convincingly. I just felt like we were the better 5 players playing and I just joined my team in and they just killed them all. Pretty straightforward. So our confidence heading into this week is pretty much the same, if not more than it was last week. We're very comfortable that we can do the same to Bance that we did to Elemental. So I don't see them as that much of a aggressive, gun skill heavy team. They just kind of play pretty standard and pretty simple. We're not trying to do anything too new or too flashy. Just play the same way and yeah, do the same that we did last week. Carry the momentum and beat them.
Honestly, I think that's overall a really good answer, right? I mean, it's a very comparable matchup, right? You got Elemental, you got Bance, both teams that are, a lot of people put them lower down the table, at least so far throughout the round robin, what we've seen. And so they're going with the same attitude, right? Warmoj says, look, we, sorry, Elemental, we destroyed Elemental last week, so let's just do the same thing against Bance. I like it.
Yeah, the confidence is certainly there for Rufflecopter. They are certainly looking quite prepared. They're quite keen for some of the games. Look, I mean, overall, this is certainly looking like we might be seeing a pretty, potentially a pretty one-sided game.
Yeah,
but
it's gonna be on Bance really to stop that.
It's going to be most definitely on Bance. But we do have one more thing to also touch up on before we make any further moves or any further discussions, though, which is going to be maps, though.
Exactly. And now I know you're quite excited for this one because we get to break the cherry a little bit for the Consulate. We get to finally bring that one into Season 3. That will be the second map, and that one is picked by Bance. But the first map is going to be Oregon. This one is the one we've seen Rufflecopter on a few times now.
As a matter of fact,
not necessarily their pick, but...
Yeah, this is their third appearance. 3 weeks in a row we are seeing Rufflecopter play at least Oregon once. And with that said, they were very dominant force, even though this was their opponent's pick rather than their own pick, at least from my memory. Consulate is one of those maps that, well, not a whole lot of teams really do play, and maybe this will be the big wild card that Bance pulled, or maybe it's just going to be kind of the proving ground for both of those teams, whether they just can adapt on the go.
Well, I was going to say, is that maybe Bance's plan? Because they kind of notice how this match is kind of stacking up, and they're thinking, all right, we're the underdogs. Do we got to throw them a fastball a little bit? Do we got to catch them off guard on Consulate?
Maybe. I mean, Consulate, you can play it out in a very aggressive manner. You can most certainly go for some of the more aggressive swings, similar to what we see sometimes on maybe on maps like Coastline. So look, here I'm expecting everything because Bance were able to play a fairly withdrawn kind of passive game, but also a very aggressive game. Whereas Rufflecopter, it seems that their whole slogan is to just be in the face of their opponents.
All right, well, we're moments away from getting into the game, you guys. We're just getting the last few players in there. Trust us. We're going to be jumping in as soon as we possibly can. While we do have a moment, though, I do have to remind everyone, of course, one of our big helpers this season has been Extrafy. They make some really kick-ass gaming mice and keyboards, so you can pick them up at any stores nearby that sell, well, pretty much anything that goes into a computer. So make sure you check them out because, honestly, Cthulhu, we couldn't be here without them. And we wouldn't get that 2-0 by Exto, which honestly was, just as we're about to jump in, I think I just saw the last player joined. That last match was such a treat, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Not just for the upset, but also
It's-
just the operators, the plays,
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, the picks, the bans, everything was just absolutely impossible to predict, and I loved every little bit of it. And even though Ferox did take quite an L, their plays during the attack on Villo, those were quite a
man.
thing to just keep in mind.
I feel a little bit sorry for anyone that might be solo queuing up tonight, because if anyone's watching that and they saw how successful that was, then well, it makes me want to play a shield operator, right? It makes me want to jump onto Blitz or Monty and just get my duo partner to go in and just be like doing the same thing. But I mean, they make it look so easy with that.
Yeah, they just make it look absolutely effortless. I mean, technically with Blitz, it's more so of a question, can you shoot out his feet faster than he approaches you? But the way how Todd played, it was absolutely phenomenal. Able to keep on, well, technically crouch spamming, if you could say that, if you could even call that. But he was able to keep his distance as close as possible to his opponents and managing to shorten that distance very swiftly, very quickly. And playing, as a matter of fact, actually off some of the Otis pushes as well. So he was more so kind of being that aggressive element comparative to Oda's just sheer presence, I suppose. It's you know, that whole SpongeBob meme. He's just standing there, menacingly.
Menacingly. I get it. I have seen that episode. That was one of the scary episodes, I think, on that one. But guys, we're very close to getting into it. I think I just saw I think the chat box come up just to get the ready checks for the players. We're just about to get into it. Bance versus Rufflecopter. I've liked Rufflecopter so far throughout the season. They've had some really good victories. I want to see what can come out from Bance. This is a tough matchup to really show off what they've got, but they get to do it right now. Let's get into map number 1. Let's get to Oregon.
Oregon, indeed. The comfort grounds here for Rufflecopter GG, as they're going to be the ones to be challenged by Bance, it seems. And well, the first ban is going to be by Bance. The defending side will be the ones to decide who will be out at first. That is going to be Capitao to be gone and out of the equation, which is actually one of those slightly odd operator picks, just because he can sometimes change the way how things are playing, but only if there's no Wamai on board. With Maverick now being banned out, we shall be seeing a bit more of the confirmed, I suppose, hard breaching, where there needs to be some sort of involvement from Thatcher, from Twitch, from Kali, just to get rid of some of the breach denials.
My question's going to be, does Clash ban come up in here? Because we've seen a few teams toy with the idea of Clash on defense for Oregon.
Yeah, Clash ban could also be quite a huge thing. It seems that bans are pretty dead set on their own pick, as Wamai just got banned, and instead of Clash, it is going to be a Mirror denied any more play, which that does round up a pretty interesting, somewhat of a standardized ban, but the fact that Wamai did get the boot certainly makes it a little bit more of a frag styled, I suppose, match, just for the sheer fact that there's going to be quite a limited amount of projectiles that will be countered here by the ADSs of Jaeger.
Yeah, but one thing is our boy Smoke is back. He's actually allowed to join the rosters
once.
again. So things are a little bit back to normal. I mean, you look at that defensive lineup of operators and you're like, this is home. This is exactly where I belong. Just pretty much normal operators, nothing crazy like a Clash or anything coming out, nothing crazy like Smoke being banned. So things back to normal here. But you look over Rufflecopter for attack. These are the guys to watch. All eyes should be on Boydie and Campo after their performances last week. Big fraggers. Boydie going to be on the Thatcher for the first round, so you might be looking more at Campo, but don't underestimate Boydie and his usefulness.
Exactly. Boydie was actually being the Thatcher main in the previous match of Rufflecopter versus Elemental, and he was the one who was getting a whole lot of frags there with the L85 with the 2x scope. So I wouldn't be outing him any time soon. Though I am curious about this lineup of bans, because they are going to go in for more so of a kind of jack of all trades, master of nothing, because they have, well, a Mozzie to counter the info gathering. They have the Melusi to kind of slow down the push, so it's kind of more so of an alternative to Elysian. Jaeger's there to capture the grenades, and well, Kaid and Well, Kayed is there to attempt to deny the breach, which I don't think will be staying there for long. Smokes, well, Smoke is just, he's a good to be an all-rounder. He's got some good loadout, a very stable one. As well as that, those gas grenades should be allowing some good information about where do the... sorry, not information, damage dealing more so to the planter. My brain nearly veered off my own
They got a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything, yeah.
A little bit of everything to just see if that's going to be enough to withstand the onslaught coming in from Roffelcopter, who have taken actually a little bit of time, losing drones now. Deptra will, as that one just gets dropped down. No kills yet, but we saw a breach happen, so at least progress is starting to be made here for Roffelcopter. The swing now comes in for Boydie. But where is the first frag going to be happening right now? You've got OJ mostly on his lonesome here. Also had a pretty standout performance last week as well. I mean, most people on Roffelcopter did, to be honest. But there it is. The first blood now will get Rigbert out of here. And now we're down to 4 for Roffelcopter. Maybe Bans can pull out the defense here on the first round.
Yeah, losing Rigbert is going to be a little bit of a stinging feeling, gotta say. Although there's still Ace, who could do plenty of soft breaching, and it seems that he already did some. But right now, more so of the question is, can they take control of the master bedroom? And no, they won't. There is a plentiful amount of presence there by Nate, who just did a phenomenal run out and got the frag before he pushed back into the side. But and will be getting himself that other kill onto Ash as well. Very nicely done. This does put Roffelcopter at a 3-man disadvantage, and well, with Capo and OJ, they might be in a whole lot of trouble, although they still have 54 seconds remaining, and Campo does connect the shot, but will be traded out pretty swiftly.
Yeah, their positions outside are just not going to work right now. OJ left all on his own. Yes, there's one low health member, but for sure the rest of Bans will be able to clean up any kind of trade OJ tries to make. The Selma's now coming out, but surely that's just showing off exactly where he is even more to Roffelcopter. Even the gas grenade's now going to be coming out, maybe obscuring his vision even just a little bit, just for the lulz. But as you can see, OJ finding nobody. He knows he's got to be the one that goes in, but more importantly, Bans knows that. And so they just wait, goes in, and immediately there's a C4 waiting to give him a big hug. Bans, round number 1.
Good aggression there, very controlled play by Bans, and the moment they realized that they were at a huge man advantage, they just played a fairly passive game, apart from their Kayed, who ended up going for quite a swing to get rid of the Zofia. But big props. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Bans certainly are improving and are able to control their pacing pretty well. So this should be setting quite an interesting pace here for Roffelcopter as well, as they might be at a bit of an issue here, just in the fact of potentially losing some more rounds before they make any further advancements.
And that one didn't feel like anything too crazy went off board there for Roffelcopter. It just felt like they got caught out by Bans, who had a trap ready for them and snapped it shut. There was a bit of patience from Roffelcopter on the push too. So again, it's not like they rushed into anything by mistake at all. It was just Bans had a really good trap for them set, and they caught them like a spider in the web. So a good one coming out from Bans. Question's going to be, can they keep pulling it out? But hey, look, I'm already liking what I'm seeing. So like, just a heads up, guys, we didn't hype up the wrong team. We didn't say, oh yeah, Roffelcopter are really great for no reason. You know, they had a standout performance the last few weeks. But Bans, I mean, they almost got the flawless round in round 1. Almost.
Yeah, I've said that before. Bans are a team that looking like they are slowly but surely getting better and better here at taking some of those higher tier teams. And well, Roffelcopter seeming to be just right up that alley. Another attempt will be potentially done here by Roffelcopter to take control of the side, but right now it's all going to be depending on who gets the first blood and how early into the round it will be.
Yeah, we see the blue tunnel here is quite a contested spot here. It's really about how far they can go. The swing comes out from Deptra, and yet no damage really happens. They do bait out one gas grenade and force the rotation. They've retreated now and won't be holding that spot any longer. So good little bit of work done by Roffelcopter, but the job is far from over.
Another thing that did occur is that Deptra actually ran out of both of his breaching charges, so now he is pretty much just, well, what Ash is, just headless, hitbox lacking fragging machine.
Bomb has been located.
So basically what it normally is.
What it normally is, exactly, yeah. Well, Campo does meanwhile manage to find a frag off screen to find the rotating Nath, who was actually one of the star players during that previous round, and an attempt at the breach will be still continuing here, but only partially, as only a slight peak hole has been opened up here by the Ace Selma charge.
Yeah, this one's going to be a whole lot more tricky for Bance. Obviously, they've already lost their Mozzie. Voidy now starting to push forward. He's in a very awkward spot, but gets his first peak and easily gets out for free. Can they continue it up? Just 3 people left here for Bance. The last flames of the Vulcan Shield's now going out. One more falls as Cordial drops. And they're just going to start swinging. Maybe a bit of bite back here coming in from Bance, but it's just one. Just one, and Tracy remains, and Tracy will fall. Rufflecopter, that one looked clean, and they pick up round number 2 to even it up.
It seems that Rufflecopter just needed that previous round to kind of get their bearings together to try to figure out what is going to be potentially the pace. And well, they did a pretty clinically good job, I gotta say, with just cleaning out the positions of Bance and just taking them out bit by bit, isolating each one of those fair fights into 1v1s, 1vx's, and well, there we go. There's the point for them, but it's far from being over yet. We are going to be seeing a retry of Laundry, as it seems that maybe Bance are still fairly confident in the fact that they might be able to defend this very site, but well, we'll have to see, because this is definitely going to be the big decider on maybe their confidence as well, even.
Well, do they go for the Mozzie or the Bandit? It looks like it's going to be Bandit after all. You want something to deny that breach, or at least make them work for it with a Thatcher. Voidy's going to be there for that, but yeah, you're right, it's a retry. I feel like last round, Bance just got scared out of their positions way too easily. Rufflecopter, they muscled their way in for sure, and they made it hard for Bance, but you can see the second they swing around here in the corner in the blue tunnel, they force them to retreat with one shot. Yeah, it cost a bit of utility from the Ashe, but we were already memeing about the fact that, you know, all she really does is frag. So, you know, totally fine to move in there, spend a bit, and force them to retreat immediately. It gave them so much more room. So, I feel like if Bance can hold the tunnel just a little bit longer, maybe get a trade back or something going on at that point, that might be their ticket back in. But we'll see if that's even going to be the approach here for Rufflecopter as they come in here on round number 3.
Yeah, a few people did spawn around the construction site, which could be ensuring that there will be, once again, the bunker push. OJ and Campo should be able to take a pretty comfortable control of the watchtower, but they are going to be going in for the top-down push, which is not a bad idea, given that there is some presence at the ground floor now of the watchtower, whereas the rest of the company is just trying to ensure that they will have a pretty steady flow of vital information and the utility disposal.
We're already seeing Vulcans going down, and oh, there it is, the shot back from Bance. They take out Deptra. That's exactly what they were looking for in the tunnel.
See how the rest of the round will evolve. Already a minute has gone, and oh, a bit of an engagement here between Cordial and Campo. With Deptra already gone, right now they need to get rid of Cordial, as he's currently the huge nuisance here to deal with, as another flashbang will be going in. And now here comes the drain. Finally, Campo does manage to find Nath, but that is not the Jaeger that they were hunting for such a long while. And at the very least, both of the hard breaches are still well and alive, and Voidy still has 2 of the MP grenades. So this is still yet very much recoverable now that they've found the kill on Bandit.
Yeah, gonna be a lot easier now that they can park Campo on the stairs and get that really long line of sight. But they're still having trouble here up at the wall. But now that they've got Campo in position, they can start making these peaks. But surely this is where the story begins. With that breach now about to open up, things are about to get hectic here, Cthulhu. They're about to start entering the site. Campo constantly going for these peaks, constantly seeing if he can find anyone for free. OJ now has a brilliant just combination of lines of sight that he can just completely catch out anyone from Bance, but they've retreated so well and so efficiently. There's just no time when Rufflecopter have got a shot on them. Deptra's the only one, or sorry, Nath was the only one that's even been caught out. OJ now going for the swing. Finally, it's actually Tracy to swing one back. Now Rigba gone for Rafflecopter. Things are falling apart very quickly, and Bance playing this so defensively, but here's the price. Because OJ has got the position, and now Bance are going to have to go for the retake.
Well, the diffuser has been planted. It is a 2v2 situation, as Hello just got down. Same goes with Tracy. Cordial is very low in HP, but he has that 416 carbine that could deal quite some damage. But right now, if he gets caught on rotation, this is going to be all over Red Gold by him. And now all the spam is coming out. His position is being consistently revealed with all of the pre-fires. And OJ dodges the bullets, I'm assuming, but nonetheless will have his sights trained right at the from the freezer. And well, that is about it. Round 3. Very nicely done.
Really good little round coming out there by Rafflecopter. But Bance, of course, really solid defense too, I just want to add. Right? Yeah, I mean, maybe it was made very, very chaotic by Rafflecopter near the end and made it a little bit hard to get out. But look, the defense was pretty solid by Bance, especially after they lost their bandit. Nate was trying to roam around, trying to get a good position, but once that fell apart, they had to work pretty hard to bring it back in. But I think they put up a good fight, Cthulhu. But Rafflecopter still edging out just a little bit ahead. So now instead, going upstairs to the kids' dorms.
Kids' dorms is going to be a pretty good side. Last time, though, it was defended pretty well by Bance, so we shall be seeing them potentially retry the same success that they've achieved in round number 1. But Rafflecopter so far has been pretty methodical in their clears and being able to take some of the rather more preferable for them gunfights rather than for Bance. So we'll have to see if Rafflecopter have managed to make the adaptation, because otherwise they might be looking at yet another point lost.
We're only a little bit into the round, into the map here, Cthulhu, so into the series, in fact. So maybe Bance will have a way to swing back. But that first round was really the biggest side I like. And it seems to be dwindling, at least as Rafflecopter are really starting to find their feet. But what's this from Mixers? Okay, he's just repairing the window. Just doesn't want the maintenance. Oh no, he just breaks it again. Never mind, maintenance man will have a job to do.
Yeah, well, he will be going for a very cheeky spawn peek to maybe find himself some early frags, but it seems that actually no aggressive plays comparative to the watchtower will be done. As,
does it normally do that?
Yeah, Rigba just did a pretty interesting acrobatic trick there, but apart from the acrobatic trick, I don't think there will be actually a whole lot of further action to be followed up with.
Yeah, I can do that, like 20 years ago. I can do that. But look at this. We're now inside. No one has fallen just yet. Nath here, he's looking for a bit of a hunt. Remember that he was a pretty crucial piece of the puzzle in the defense last time, so definitely keep your eyes on Nath as well. But now we're starting to get even further inside for Rafflecopter. Right side up, Camper will jump inside the building, but now he's looking to see if he can get a swing around from the side, a bit of a flank to catch anyone out. It's all about getting these positions right now. Everyone trying to get the jump on their opponents. No one trying to go for these peeking fights, but the first kill, the first blood, it's going to come from Hello and take the life of his teammates. Nate, how does that happen?
That is quite a disaster here for Nate. Quite a tragic death to his own teammate, and well, Rafflecopter will be quite happy, really, for that occurrence. Not only they've pretty much got rid of 2 now C4s, as well as that they got rid of one of the rather more so aggressive of a roamer in face of Nate. So this is a win-win situation here for them.
2 C4s with 1 C4. That's what I like to hear. You're getting it out of the picture. Well done to, I guess, Bance on that one. But yeah, Rafflecopter, they've now just lost OJ. He's been knocked out and then confirmed. So it does end up being a trade. So Rafflecopter still hold the man lead. They've gotten rid of Hello, so Hello will pay for his crimes eventually. But Mixers has taken it back to Deptra. Now it's just Campo. He's coming from the window. Had a good position, but had to jump back almost immediately. We still have Tracy and 2 gas grenades left with only 30 seconds. The first one now starting to come out. This could buy the time that he's looking for, because he's got Cordial, got his back. It's just Cordial now, 3 members going down to the site. The plant is happening. It's going to be on Boydie. With those shots, Cordial should have his position revealed. Can't win the 1v1. Campo will lock him down. Roffelcopter will claim round number 4.
Round 4 in the 3-round lead already. Roffelcopter seeming to be continuously ramping up the revs there for themselves, just to keep on flying higher and higher. Because so far, I mean, it doesn't look like Bants really have any kind of solution to how to prevent Roffelcopter from taking any further rounds. Because, well, they've attempted to maybe scare Roffelcopter away by sacrificing one of their players, but
it's the ritual.
It's the it's the blood ritual there for the siege gods, but. That I don't think that really worked out, or rather, it didn't work out in their favor.
It worked out for someone.
It worked out for someone, but definitely not them.
I think it worked out for Nath the least, though. Poor guy. I mean, man,
getting sacrificed. That's unfortunate.
Had such a good run last week, and then poor guy gets C4'd by his own teammate. That's rough. I mean, I really wish we got to see what happened. I mean, probably just caught on a wall or caught on him as he runs past. Can't really imagine any other way you accidentally blow up your own teammate, but this is where Bants have to come back. I mean, if they keep bleeding rounds like this, then I'm gonna start falling more and more into the favor of Roffelcopter winning it out. It's already pretty much there, but Bants' first round, I mean, I had hope from that one, so why aren't we seeing that come back yet, Cthulhu?
Yeah, I mean, it's partially maybe due to how Bants really played the way how they were extra aggressive. We didn't really see that aggression at all in the previous 3 rounds, so maybe that is one of the reasons. Another one is just it seems that now Roffelcopter are a little bit more composed in their peaks rather than what we saw from them in the first round, where they were just kind of generally just being caught off guard on a few of the occasions, but
like that.
There we go, yeah, just like that. Finally, Nate does manage to find a little bit of a redemption and will be shutting down Deptra, who's currently not having the most fun time, really, for his Ashe career.
Okay, do we get the breach down? I believe we do, but Deptra out of the table means this is going to be a little bit more difficult here for Roffelcopter. They're going to have to get it done without the Ashe and all the firepower, all the swings that brings. So they're going to have to rely on everyone else here. 4v5, it's certainly doable. Cordial's actually dropped health from somewhere. So he's had to retreat back and will at least keep his life. So he'll be alright, but already quickly losing his position. We're only a minute into the round here, Cthulhu, and already Bants is starting to get forced back.
Yeah, already Campo going in for the swing, dealing quite a hefty amount of damage to what I believe is Mixes. Already both Nath, well, all 3 players, Nath, Cordial, and Mixes are quite getting lower and lower in HP. There is a vaultable hole that can be went into. Boydie is tempted to just go in for a drone out to figure out if there is some presence from down below, because there's still a C4 on the Mozzie, so he could very much deny the play very quickly and very swiftly, but that's still yet to he's still yet to be seen by the drones, and well, none of them will be actually able to discover the Mozzie player.
Whoa, alright, Ripper. Dances with death a little bit there, but we'll get rid of the Mozzie trap. But there it is. Nath was waiting, and he's rewarded by taking out Boydie. This is really sticking some... really ruining the push coming out from Roffelcopter here. Low health on Campo, low health on OJ. Rigby's the only one on full health. They're going up against 5 members in less than a minute. This is suddenly a round that was looking okay. Now looking very difficult. Rigby's got to pull out some big value. They should know that he's still sticking around here. He just destroyed a Malusi trap around here, but he's camping the door. He might get the shots, but he's actually backed off a little bit. It's gone into Mixes. They're making the push onto him. He's been concussed over and over and over, but he's held true, held strong. Has retreated. Cordial gets a shot through the wall, and Mixes still alive somehow. Trades him back. But Campo, he's staying alive, making the push, making the turn. Somehow Roffelcopter is still around for this one. The final seconds. What was that? Tracy walks out to say hello, and it's just Roffelcopter slaughtering everyone. But all of a sudden, it's Nathan Mixes at the end.
Yeah, we've seen the favor of the round go back and forth in a matter of just about 5 seconds, I believe, Smite, where it was initially Rufflecopter that could potentially claw it back, then Bans, then Rufflecopter, and then once again Bans, who ended up taking the win. So they do have now their second point. We still have one more round in the first half of Oregon to see whether Rufflecopter will be able to extend their lead once again to a 4-2 scoreline, or whether we are going to be seeing a draw here from the two teams. So Laundry is going to be the place for the battle. And, well, last time we saw Laundry to be played out, both of those attempts were cleared out pretty convincingly by Rufflecopter.
So they're going to have a chance to do it here. I imagine Rufflecopter are very keen to get the 4-2 half here before they move over onto defense. Remember that this is their map pick as well, so this is a result that Rufflecopter really want to be a 2-0, right? They've had some good results against some of the other top teams, 2-0s, 1-alls, but to not get a 2-0 against Bants, where other teams might, or probably will, that you're going to be competing with at the top, well, you got to be careful here. So Rufflecopter absolutely want this to be a 2-0, and they don't want it to be close either. That's the thing, a 2-0 even then, a 2-0, if the maps are close, like they are right now, then work needs to be done for Rufflecopter.
It's namely right now, just Rufflecopter. They need to ensure that they do not lose a whole lot of time, a whole lot of momentum. Mixes could go for a very huge play here, but right now we'll be playing at a very extra aggressive angle, and well, we'll be using his Vulcan Shield rather to just play at a very aggressive angle. In a little bit of a discussion there whether him or Cordial need to hold that angle, but right now neither of them will be holding a very up close angle, and rather will be trying to play around the secondary ballistic shield.
Mixes has fallen like quite back and just very rotated around the site, so Rufflecopter got to be wondering what's going on a little bit here, but they've gotten rid of one Vulcan Shield, the one that's pushed up quite far, but we're going to have to deal with the hold over to the left here. Tracy's going to be the one holding it with the smoke as well. So this can buy so much time. You can get the maximum time value out of these gas grenades as long as nothing goes wrong on the other side of the map. Next smoke about to go out. There it goes, but the frag's going to land right on Tracy's head, but no! The Riot Shield will block it all. Hello will fall. Boydie finds that one. This is where the storm starts to happen as Nath somehow from all angles can't stay safe in his little room. Things are falling very quickly for Bans as he's finished off. Campo coming down the stairs. Deptra, meanwhile, has been fallen down. Will they be able to get him back up? Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Campo, incredibly low and still going for these swings, still going for the peaks. But he stayed alive throughout all of this. Very, very touch and go here for Rufflecopter. Look at those health bars.
Yeah, Deptra and Campo being quite low on health. Boydie, OJ, and Rigba still feeling fairly healthy, and that hologram will be gathering quite a lot of information, but right now, Mix has already revealed his position. Full knowledge of at least two players. I don't think they know about Tracy's position, or rather, Cordial's position, so this is going to be the big playmaker here, but the breach is already starting to happen. A minute remaining. The swing needs to happen already. With the shotgun out, Tracy might get the frag. Maybe not, we'll have to see, because two of the players could have very much shot him down pretty quickly, and there we go. There's the Iana going in for that swing. 5 versus 2. Now Mixes could potentially find himself the frag onto that crossfire, but it's all down to Cordial to try to make the play. C4 flies in, won't be catching any damage, so right now Mixes will need to play in a very safe manner.
Yeah, they have to go for the crazy retake here. It's going to be all but impossible as one falls and only one remains, and Cordial's already under fire and just about done for here. It's looking like Rufflecopter are about to come in, get the broom, bonk him on the head, and sweep this one all up. Do it so that my timing's good. Cordial will get one back and ruin the flow of my cast.
Well, not only he gets one, he manages to actually finish off the Iana as well, Rigba. So, very nicely done, and Boydie is the one to shut things down to make it a 4-2 scoreline in their favor. So that did work out pretty well overall, but yeah, Rufflecopter still have quite some work to be done.
Here's the thing, Cthulhu, is that I've been saying Rufflecopter need to smash out this victory, I'd say they have to drop basically no defensive rounds here. That's not impossible. I don't think so, although looking at their picks, I'm wondering how this is going to go. I'm keen to see the Cavs stick around, but unsurprisingly, the Bandit is going to be what swaps it up for, but just throwing a little bit of mind games in here. But back to my point being that I don't think Rafflecopter are going to drop any rounds here. It's hard to tell because we're only seeing them now on defense, but from the way things have been playing, just individual matchups and who's winning, what peaks, it does feel like Rafflecopter just have this one in the bag.
Yeah, Rafflecopter right now looking pretty dominant for themselves. They are looking like they just might be able to find themselves maybe some success later in a round. But right now, looking at the setup, they are planning to stick around the B side for quite a longer while comparative to what Bans had. And maybe we shall be seeing a dominant defense from them. This is a very unorthodox setup though, because they are not reinforcing the electrical. They're completely opening up it on the foot level. So we will have to see how will Bans really react to that, because all their lineup is pretty good for just general push.
Yeah, you can imagine that it might trip them up when they go in and see those holes around the feet level, but should be able to adapt to it quickly, you'd hope. Otherwise, it could really be their downfall. But going into it now, look, Rafflecopter, they're all set up at the moment, so we've just got to see how Bans come in and approach the site, see if they can get in there, which way they're going to go through. It doesn't look like tunnel is going to be the option just yet for now, but as we can see, most people from Bans now inside, now clearing room by room, basically making sure there's not going to be any roaming presence they have to worry about, so they can take this challenge head on.
Yeah. They are looking to go in for the push through the freezer, which is one of the freshest additions to Oregon. There's quite a swing, a bit of an ambitious one from Witty will get shut down pretty quickly. And, well, that's all she wrote for that man. For our MVP, actually, as a matter of fact, of the previous week. So for this round, he won't be present. But still, the rest of the utility is very much present, though all the Melusi gadgets are still there. So, game on.
Certainly still all the tools in the belt for Rafflecopter to hold this one, but that entry, basically everything Bans have been asking for, so now they're just going to make that final push. OJ has been now spotted out. Campo will be the next one to fall to the hands of Nath. A big value kill there, so this one's looking really good. Another one will fall. JK and Nath on a tear. Will he make it a fourth? Will he make it all five? He's getting close, but now he's under fire. The next step could be his doom, but it could be his ace.
Oh,
Rigba. They wanted Nath, but they got mixers instead, but that's okay. He turns around, will make it 4, won't quite get the ace, but hey, who cares? He gets the round.
He gets the round indeed. Bans do manage to claw themselves out of that second point and get themselves that third point going. So well done, and well, 4-3 scoreline on the single round differential is certainly a much closer round count comparative to what I've initially expected, really, from this matchup. Especially on the map pick of Rafflecopter, actually.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bans, they shut me up. I said they weren't going to win another round. Now they're on attack. But most specifically, Nath, I mean, he came in, he just swung hard on 3 people.
Oh, yeah.
You know, one after the other, got them all, no problem, and then even still demanded so much attention. The man almost single-handedly secured that round for his team. So,
yeah.
I mean, look, big ups to them, but still a big challenge, although only 1 round behind.
I think one of the main reasons why did Nath manage to get such a high performance here is because the man had some Red Bull to give himself some wind.
Oh, would he be perhaps maybe aiming for that fan favorite? Definitely going for their Vodafone MVP.
Definitely, yeah.
But what makes a player a fan favorite, Cthulu?
Look, I'd have to say it's the plays, the team, and how they generally perform. Maybe some partially their presence in the social eye, maybe.
Oh yes.
10 seconds to
But definitely gotta say the performance and the more highlight plates, the merrier. Yeah, well, I gotta say, probably out of all the rosters Rufflecopter, maybe Skyfire, currently contesting for the sheer amount of the flashiest plays.
I think it's like Rufflecopter, Skyfire, and Ferox have some of the coolest, craziest plays.
I would actually contest and say Ferox are in 4th place and PC419 are in 3rd.
Oh, really? I mean, Ferox just had the double shield lineup.
That is true.
I'm talking fan vote.
That is true, yes.
Fan vote's very different
You got a good point.
to the MVP. We've got to be nice and serious about that one. You just got to pick your favorite for the fan vote. Exclamation mark vote in the Twitch chat if you want to know what we're talking about. If you want to win some free Red Bull, definitely get in there. It's the easiest way you'll ever win a year's supply of Red Bull. Promise you.
Imagine a year's supply of Red Bull just arrive at your doorway.
Oh, I mean, I've had a lot of Red Bull arrive at my doorway before, and it's been really awesome. So, definitely, I can't imagine a year's supply. I wonder if they send it all at once. That'd be awesome.
That would be nice.
So, Bants are definitely trying to come back in here. They want to win the fan vote, but they also want to win this round and the game. So, it's going to be Nath. Remember how great he was last round? Well, that's not changing.
What was OG doing there, right at the bottom of the wet stairs?
His best, okay?
Oh, probably, yeah. Well, Nath couldn't really believe his eyes, so even he shook the camera after hitting that frag, because that was probably one of the freest kills that he could have gotten there against Rufflecopter.
All right, Selmas, do your thing. Open the way. Let us inside. Gives the Mixers a little bit of a tickle, for sure, but now they can step forward into maybe a little bit of danger. But for now, he's going to be alive. But we'll keep tabs on that one. Nath, of course, going to be a big player throughout this round. Just artillery being lobbed down both ends of the hallway. Who's going to survive? We'll find out. Oh, Nath takes a bit of damage. He's going to guess. Through the floor. Doesn't quite nail any shots. Mixers still dropping down kind of low. Yes, let's take a look at him to see if he can clear out the next one. No one dangerous right just yet around the corner, but the site is just there.
Yeah, the site is just there, but there's still plenty of utility that could be shutting things down very swiftly, very quickly. So, right, pretty much it's all going to be a matter of who can swing faster and get the next frag, because if Rufflecopter will lose another player, this is going to be quite a crucial mistake that they would make. Whereas if Bans start losing players, this is going to be all really good for Rufflecopter.
Can they do it in 25 seconds though? 4v4, not even full health. They've got to get some excellent pushes, some excellent swings, be the first one on the ball. And against Rufflecopter, that's no easy task. Cordial almost made that one, but now it's do or die, and they've got to run in, and well, Tracy's not going to die. The plant is now going down as well after Tracy picks up Boydie. This should look like it's going to stick. One falls for Bant, but the plant sticks. They've got the numbers advantage, but they've evened it back up. Look at the health bars, though. Bant's on a really tough hold, but Mixers gets the opening shots, but doesn't close the kill. Deptra lives for now. Both teams get to breathe a little bit and reconsider where they're standing. They found Nath. It's just Mixers. It's just a 1v1. 23 seconds. Mixers wants to hold the site, but it's Campo hunting him down. And we'll see that head peek out from the side of the shield, clean up his triple kill, go for the disable, and get round number 5 on the board for Rufflecopter.
Wow, that is... I'm shocked how Campo just gets those kills. That guy doesn't miss. In the heat of a battle, he doesn't miss.
The man, I mean, there's a reason that he got voted so highly for MVP last week, right? You look at it, the matchup, and you say, okay, it's against Elemental, so he had a bit of room of freedom. Maybe a similar story here for Ban, of course, but the thing is, it's happening week by week, so he's still certainly turning up today, and it's not like this is an easy map at all, by any means. Ban's putting up a fight.
Ban's is most certainly putting up quite a hefty fight, and are keeping rounds pretty close to the general pace. So yeah, gotta give it to them. They are doing quite a solid amount of work. But can they do enough work though to push themselves maybe onto match point or maybe overtime? That is still yet to be discovered, because right now Rufflecopter are only 1 round away from the match point. They currently are setting up in the meeting room, which, look, they've defended it pretty well against Elemental last time. They had a pretty stellar performance, namely Rigba, who was playing Kayed for for Rufflecopter back in that game against Elemental. So if he is able to pop off the same way how he did previously, this will be a nasty shutdown and a gigantic wake-up call for Bats.
It's so painful because I want to shout out all the members on Rufflecopter for how well they did last week. Like, I'm seeing Rigby and I'm like, we haven't talked about this guy enough. He did really well. Why haven't we talked? But it's because his whole team did so well.
Yes.
But
now, it's a similar kind of story of how Skyfire are. They're all just MVP, well, not MVP, but rather highlight players. And same goes for Rufflecopter. All of those players are very able and they can go for solo plays quite easily.
Okay, well, here we go. Getting inside now for Vance. They certainly do not want to let this one slip away. Otherwise, it's overtime or die, essentially, for them in this map here on Oregon. Big, crazy defenses to worry about. I thought there might have been a bit of spawn peeking with OJ picking up the Valk, but looks like that's not going to be the case. You can see that they really just want to... Oh, no! He did not just fall off. He did not just fall off.
No, no. Mixes. You can't be doing that. That is probably the last thing that you want, but alas, still able to be picked up. That is at least partially the redemption here.
I swear we get at least one every season where someone falls off the roof. And it makes me laugh every single time. The best part is when we catch it on the camera. So shout out to Toby, shout out to Metaphase for being the observer here today. But looking at the health bars, all that we've really seen so far is a whole lot of damage on the Bants. They might have found Campo though, because he's taken a bit of damage and under fire now already. And Nath, he can't push forward any further. He's going to have to fall back. Cordial patiently here, seeing if he can find anyone, but for now it's all on Hello making a swing, but he didn't look long enough. Misses his chance at that, but at least does not die.
Yeah, Mixes will will stay to live another few more moments, as there is the vertical play, just missing out on a few ones, but Hello does manage to finally find the way to Deptra's heart, namely, well, his dead body at this point.
His brain.
Yeah, well, not... Yeah, his brain. We'll stick with brain.
Don't be mean.
Meanwhile, does also fall to the hands of Zafia, and well, in a 3v5, this is certainly a rough situation, but a fair few of the band's players are pretty tagged up, and OJ will make sure to emphasize on that.
Oh, but Hello has been on an absolute rampage throughout this round, keeping his team's hopes alive. But like you said, quite a bit tagged up here. Mixes has to hit these shots first. Because the very first one of those will eliminate him. Campo picking that one up. But he is still quite low himself. If anyone sees him just a moment after he does, he'll still manage to pick it up. So definitely have to be careful. Oh no, he could have got that one a split second earlier. Finds Hello across the hallway, but will get taken out in turn. Which means that it ends up being down to a 1v1 with 9 seconds, actually. This is very exciting. Boydie doesn't have to move. Boydie can hang out, but JKN, Nath, has to go over the plant, has to go over the bait, and he had the evil eye on him the whole time. Now it's plant or die, and Boydie, he gets to have fun with this one. Nope, he'll just go in and make sure it goes down. Match point to Rufflecopter.
Yeah, excellent timing by Boydie to ensure that his teammates will be on the cameras, keep on spotting the Ash of Bands, and, well, essentially forcing her to go in for the plant at the very last moment. Nath, quite unfortunately, wasn't able to find the Maestro, and, well, will be paying for that very case. So, well, 6-3 scoreline, much more dominant now compared to what it was starting out with between these two rosters, but Laundry and Supply Room could be potentially the final place to, well, have any chances for Bands to score any more points here.
We got to remember the difference between Bants holding the basement and Rufflecopter holding the basement. Think about, or just watch how aggressively they push up, they hold very far forward, particularly in the tunnel. Last time, we actually didn't see Bants go for the tunnel. They went through, was it Laundry instead?
Freezer, yeah.
The Freezer, sorry. And so maybe that won't be the main place to play in this time, but quite often you see teams just get stuck quite up at the tunnel. So Rufflecopter, looks like they're not going to focus on that just yet.
Yeah, at the moment it seems like Rufflecopter are going for fairly standard, at least reinforcements from up above. Woody potential will be just playing once again around the freezer area, maybe with Campbell, maybe with Rigba. they haven't, funnily enough, reinforced a single. Well, sorry, I say a single wall. They reinforced a single patch of the electrical wall, but the whole of the supplier wall into bunker is yet to be reinforced. And while just as I say that, OJ is already on the case. Funnily enough, they'll play in the bunker. Quite instantly, this will be a full-blown reinforced and anchor play, so bunker will be somewhat freely given away to bats.
They got a lot that will reward play for Rufflecopter's anchoring, right? You've got obviously the smoke and the Goyo just by a ton of time. Why they're just so often picked down here in the basement, so especially here, when you go into the bunker, when you go into the tunnel, it's just so hard to get through all the gas grenades, all the Vulcan shields, which I imagine, look, they placed all of them. They're probably sitting right there, so a lot of work for Bance to try and get through. And here it is, Campo. This is also going to be the one X factor, and oh my god, X marks the spot as he walks in and picks that one up absolutely for free.
Look, I'll have to say that this is entirely on Hello. He had the default camera looking right at him, and oh no, Boydie. Dropping out of the game is certainly, well, we'll be firstly putting this into a 4v4, but then we also might have to see a rehost unless Rufflecopter take the W.
Yeah, I mean, they might be able to swing it. They've got the 4 people, they've got more health bars, the C4 as well, but it has been swung back as OJ falls.
Deny the kill. Deny the stats.
The best part was we got the view of it and the little scream coming out too, but we're not finished yet here, Cthulhu. It's still a 3v3 and it's dying very quickly, just like Nate. And we've got the rest of the bands, they're just waiting for Rufflecopter to overstep like that, but it's gonna be actually Tracy not quick on the trigger enough. And all of Rufflecopter actually quick enough on the trigger.
Yeah. Well, Rufflecopter did manage to just pretty much shut things down, and it feels now more so than before that Boydie leaving the map, or rather the match, was more so of kind of a power move, similar to just T-pose to assert the dominance.
Yeah, I mean, look, why wouldn't you, right? I mean, really interesting one and how it turned out at the end. I mean, what a little bit of BM, but that's okay if that's what it's gonna be. But hey, look, Rufflecopter to getting the first one so far already. I mean, we kind of expected it to go this way. I thought maybe we were going to be surprised after round 1 happened and Bance got a very good one. Almost flawless on that one. Cthulhu.
Maybe just a little bit of a rebel there kicked in.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it just got, it's
Look, for what it's worth, right now, Rufflecopter did a very good play out for themselves. 7-3 scoreline definitely does set them up for a very confident win here. Potentially a 2-0. We'll still yet to see that, because up next is going to be Coastline.
We already had that.
Consulate. It's another map that starts with a C. But nonetheless, this is going to be very much of a banger, I reckon, because first time in Season 3. And I think first time ever since the end of the regular season of Season 2 as well.
Yeah, no, it's been a while, so guys, go grab a drink, get ready, because after the break, we're going to be getting into our last match of the day to see if Rufflecopter can get that 2-0, or maybe Mance can bring it back for the draw. Welcome back, everybody. We've got one more map to go, and get ready for this one because it's Consulate, one we have not seen for a while. We're here at LPL Pro, Season 3, Rainbow Six Siege, brought to you by WD Black. I'm Matt Smite Ross, this is Cthulhu. We're brought to you by, I don't know, Gamer Hours, I guess.
Gamer Hours, and probably a copious amount of Red Bull.
Oh, definitely amount of Red Bull. I mean, we're definitely being fueled by it tonight, for sure. Thanks to them for the fan vote, by the way. One of my favorite features ever. And we'll definitely remind you guys about that in just a moment. We have one more map, like I was saying. It is, of course, Rufflecopter, already getting one map up over on Oregon. Bance have got to bring it back. This is their map pick.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be their map pick. This is one of the rather more so unusual maps that we do get to see. And, well, Consulate is one of those maps that almost kind of allows you a few different play styles, including just play out kind of a turtle style, or just go for all-out roaming game. You have all 3 floors that all 3 of them are very viable for some of the roams, and, well, you can certainly set up quite a few very nasty angles, I'm not gonna lie.
So, Cthulhu, tell me, why would we not see Consulate until now? Why has it taken 3 weeks for teams to finally pick it up?
I think it's more so just the teams are kind of toying around with their comfort zone really here. They want to get the early advantage early on for themselves on their own on perfected maps, and then we're kind of seeing some of the maps to go in more so of a kind of a dark zone, I suppose, that are slowly becoming the maps where kind of the good teams fall almost, where it's been such a long while since we've seen them played that some of the teams maybe stop practicing them, or rather just barely play them really, and at that point it's one of the underdog teams that gets the advantage here.
All right, well guys, we're very close to getting into Consulate where maybe the underdog can pull it out to bring it to at least a draw for Bance. They'd certainly be looking for it. It would definitely be a big help for them throughout the round robin to help them avoid relegations later on. We are just waiting on one player to jump into the match, so we're very, very close to getting back in there. You definitely want to be at full power before you go into a very important match. And speaking of full power, we did mention Red Bull being some absolute bros just before, so just in case you have joined us just now, a reminder that there's a whole new thing going on, Cthulhu. The fan vote, Red Bull fan vote, right? You guys at home can vote for your favorite players. So to find out how, !vote in Twitch chat, and you will find out exactly how to enter, because everyone that votes, did you know, everyone that votes goes in the draw to win a year's supply of Red Bull. So, I mean, that's like at least one Red Bull every day. Imagine having that for the rest of your life. Well, for 1 year. Wouldn't that be pretty sweet?
That is an interesting implication there, so
yeah, maybe not the rest of your life. That would be questionable. We're almost cracking mortality in medicine these days, so who knows how that would go. But that's the point, guys, is that you guys can win, but also help your favorite players win. Because not only do the 4 most voted players get the year's supply of Red Bull as well, they get $500 and a snazzy fridge to put some Red Bull in as well. So particularly good for those streamers, who,
yes.
The best ones have those fridges set up behind them, all their drinks in it, almost always Red Bull, the fridges, by the way. But yeah, guys, just a reminder, we are very close to getting into the match, so definitely keep your eyes open. If you've got some of your favorite players in this match, well, I mean, what's better than a vote than a clip to go with it? So we've had some pretty fun little moments tonight, I think.
Yeah. We had some amazing highlight plays, gotta say.
I think Mixes falling off the roof is my number one. Sorry, Mixes, but maybe you can one-up me.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 people can fall off a roof at once.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, talking about having to see, well, Consulate is just rolling right up there.
You guys have to see it.
We have to see. We gotta watch it here. The ban phase will be starting up here right now, and well, it's going to be Rufflecopter who will be starting things off for themselves. They already managed to win 1 map for themselves. Now they just need to do the same thing one more time. First ban of the map 2 is going to be, drum roll, that's a Capitao. For the second time in a row, Capitao will not be present here on this very map bans. They might actually be able to ban out one of the rather more unusual operators. I would have to say probably maybe either Ace, maybe Buck, maybe even IQ, actually, for that. Oh no, sorry, Thatcher.
I mean, Thatcher would be the easy ban. It's very comfortable. A lot of teams are used to it, but Thatcher's been slipping through the ban phase, just like tonight. So it's going to be Blackbeard instead. The players are not liking Blackbeard.
Yeah. Actually, Blackbeard ban actually does make quite some sense, I gotta say. I've just kind of hit me. Yeah, him on the second floor windows, it's borderline impossible to get him out of that position, so he will certainly be not feeling quite excited to be benched once again. Wamai is the next person to fall to the ban phase. I'm assuming the next one will be Mira, given how powerful she can also be, but how easily nowadays she can be countered in the general play. So we'll have to see. 4 seconds remaining until we get to see that very thing. So drum roll. No, it's going to be Melusi out of all the things, which will certainly make it a very interesting match, just for the sheer fact that players that usually do play the Melusi, they're able to utilize their gadget well enough to catch some of the attackers off guard whilst they're pushing onto the side, or rather just see them slow down just enough for the crossfire to kick in. So few ways could have been done here, but it seems that Melusi certainly will not be having it anytime soon on Consulate.
Yeah, and this is something I kind of like to see from teams. Now we're actually seeing teams start banning Melusi. It's something that teams play all the time. So if you want to throw them off, you want to try and get one up on them by surprise, then yeah, banning something like Melusi, like Smoke in the first series, is always a good way to do it. And I like it when it comes out from the underdog team as well. So jump into game number 2 here of this series. Cthulu, this one's got to be a win for fans, otherwise Rufflecopter's going to snag that 2-0.
Oh yeah, Rufflecopter is certainly looking like they got their sights trained at getting that 2-0. Their reinforcement game is seeming to be like they are pretty well trained about what they want to do really here. And I gotta say, for that connector wall reinforcement, that is a very unusual way. Usually, well, at least I personally, I'm used to seeing that middle wall to be stayed reinforced while the two sides get destroyed. So you have that kind of that middle ground whilst you're walking from the doorway of meeting into the connector, so you get that kind of safe zone. But alas, that's not the case. Instead, we are going to be seeing a very long angle to be potentially opened up there for potentially even attack to take control of. And, well, Bans are currently not really looking too keen about making a swift entry into the building, and given that there's quite a fair bit of roaming actually happening from Rufflecopter.
Yeah, I really don't blame them for being patient on this one. Even just the last game, there was a bunch of spawn peaks, a bunch of runouts, so take your time, be careful, no reason to rush on in. So I like it coming out from Bans. They've gotten someone inside, which means now Rimper's taken a bit of damage, but still nothing too crazy. They've just basically found one defender. Campo, I believe, is still quite hidden, so he's still going to be able to sneak up on anyone. They definitely want to clear out as much as possible before locking down the site. Otherwise, Campo is just going to come and be that one on their side, and here he is, looking down the hallway, spots nobody just yet. Being very careful, but very out in the open as well.
Look how passive Bans are currently. Only Tracy and Nath have managed to make an entry, and that is only on the exit stairs. The rest of the roster of Bans is actually playing a very patient game just outside of the building, trying to play around the windows. So right now, this could be a very interesting way for Rufflecopter rather to drain out the time really here.
Yeah, I mean they can keep doing it, but Bans have already brought out one gas grenade, so that's a little bit of extra time they're going to have near the end. It's every little bit is going to count, so Bans will definitely aim for that one too. OJ, he's still locking down this position on the stairs. I believe that's going to be quite risky where he's sitting too, so you can already see there's definitely a bunch of angles he's got to worry about. Can't really go to the side because of the rappel, so he's really pinned to exactly where he's standing. That's going to be a real disaster that I'll have later on.
I'm curious how come our Bans not prompting to maybe go through the admin office or go in anywhere, but it seems that right now they're being punished quite severely. OJ already managed to get rid of Nath, who was playing a Sledge, and Campo finding the shotgun hello that is off of the board. Now Ace falls down as well. This is looking like a complete wipe, but that is taking quite a hefty amount of damage from Cordial, who's currently on the console office wall, or rather window, with Deptra down. Now, in a technical 2v3, they could still maybe come back, but that's under a very large question mark.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the clock, you look at their position as well. Only just now, Cordial's gone and grabbed the diffuser. His final teammate has fallen, so 1v3, basically. He's got to sprint to the site, probably not going to make it. And Campo is going to make damn sure he's not going to make it. Rufflecopter will grab round number 1 in a slow, but pretty precise win for their team.
It was a very methodical win, I gotta say. Well, minus the all the quote-unquote monkeying around of Campo, just kind of being everywhere but nowhere for Bans, and just kind of
was there at the end.
He was there at the end to grab the kills, but yeah, he was almost like that kind of phantom just taking all the lives, but I don't think Bans were able to really predict where exactly would the Jaeger be. So big props to him, because he was one of the few people who was able to just keep on the constant pressure on the attackers, and you could see that in their play. So many players were still outside the building and still hanging around the windows with so much hesitation for even attempting to make an entry.
All right, well, Mirror was theorized to be banned, slipped through this time. Will be picked up here for the defense. Going to be Deptra onto that one. Very powerful operator here on the site, down in the basement in the garage, so can make a lot of value out of it. So we'll see how much it pays off, whether maybe fans would have liked to ban it, or if it's going to continue out here. Always a fun little site here. Opening up the garage, there's always plenty of room here. You've got Tracy even just on the drone, barely outside. Rigner's even seeing if he can spot anything through that drone hole too, but a good opening from Roffelcopter on the first round. It was about as, I mean, not entirely one-sided, but about as much as you would expect it to be, where fans bite a little bit back. But here on round 2 is where they've got to change that. They've got to move in. Of course, their last round, very slow on attack. It was patient, but maybe perhaps a little bit too much so as they ran out of time.
Yeah, I'll have to say that probably it's going to be for the better if bands would just be a little bit more careful about how they push. I definitely would have to say that maybe considering a push into the admin and using that as your foothold would be a pretty decent idea, given that neither the first round nor the second round sees Roffelcopter take control of the admin. Namely, it's just Visa, and only now we do see bands actually do go for that push into admin. So this is where they just might be able to find maybe a frag onto Boydie, but nothing else really.
Frag on the Boydie would still be very valuable.
Oh yeah, it still will be really good, but I'm more so leaning towards the fact that they will need to be very cautious about how they flush out Boydie.
Did Boydie use his C4, or is it pre-placed? Because I have not heard the explosion.
I think it is pre-placed. Have to be. Look at, hang on, I just saw that setup. A mirror window plus an ADS plus a mute jammer there as well. Just to make sure that there's going to be a maximum amount of utility that is being drained out onto OJ. But right now he's being pushed up. There's that double kill with a C4. Boydie! Huge play there. There we go. Mixes and Cordial to be out of the equation. And that is the Thatcher and the Nomad, two very important operators here, down and out.
I mean, that basically just won them the round. What are you going to do with only 3 people? No EMPs? No EMPs is going to be so annoying here at this stage of the game. And now they are managing to find them back. They found Boydie, but I mean, look, he can die happy after getting that C4 kill. A minute to make the rest of this work here. They've got the firepower, sure, and a little bit of breaching with the Hibana still left, but Campo's continuing it. Hello's now off the table. And Nate, he's going to go for the swing, but will fall. I think he got his own trade done. Yeah, he dropped OJ, but that said, though, it's just Tracy left. In the 1v2, 1v3 now that OJ's back up, and yep, he's going to run right into their line of fire, gets Deptra. So, not entirely out of the picture. Another one's done. Rigber, and it's OJ, look at his health, that's very, very low. Half a minute.
Yeah, this is very clutchable right now. Does go in for the swing. Tracy, huge clutch there for the team, and just, oh, yeah, this is the time for the trash talk to come out. It's just OJ is, he will be left quite puzzled as to how did he die to even that pre-fire, but nice job to Tracy. Props to him.
Very clutch moment. That one was actually just done for his team. You thought Boydie had secured it at the start of the round, well, Tracy secured it right at the end of the round. So big props to Tracy to actually even the rounds up.
Yeah, right now being able to even out the round count right at the beginning of the map is certainly a very good way to kind of show that, hey, we are still planning to really play it out. Nathan's just Nathan's digging in for quite a very deep history of OJ's Siege career, given that the man used to play for Rhythm back at the Six Masters 2019, where the man did actually get to play on LAN, and yeah, didn't unfortunately have a fun experience, I gotta say. But
another fat finger somewhere, or
yeah, let's. I'll just keep my mouth shut about any further actions that were partaken during that during that land,
Well,
but
the idea's been toyed around with in this game
oh
here.
yeah.
Whereas it's a bit of a rough one to lose, but hey, if you're Rafflecopter, you lose that at this stage of the game, that just gives you more, that's more drive to win. That's not going to tilt you right at the end where overtime is a possibility and you're thinking, oh man, how did we lose that? This is just a case of, alright guys, sort it out. Let's not let that happen again. And
Yeah.
it's a statement that you can believe to be held true. But Vance is definitely making it not easy. It's just not a walk in the park for them just yet.
Oh, definitely, fans are doing everything in their power to really make it as much of a difficult thing to defend. So right now, I mean, yeah, for what it's worth, they're doing all their best. Right now, they are playing a very withdrawn kind of game, minus what Tracy did, which was a phenomenal clutch. And well, right now they need to make sure first things first to get rid of all of the roam that is actually happening on the top floor. I believe that could be the Jaeger of Campo, but I may be wrong.
Well, there's
That was
Campo.
actually Campo.
So, quite a bit of roaming going on. They've got the mirror window up in the same spot, by the way, so another position that's looking to be held down quite tightly and run down the clock a whole lot. Speaking of which, only a minute in, the Bants are not running out of time yet, so they're going alright. Look, sometimes you swing and you miss, mate, but that's alright, because you can get it on the second go, and that's all that matters. Clearing out the cams, and, well, Bants, are we going to find out if it was just a fluke, or Tracy is a god, or if we're going to bring them into the lead? They pulled the lead out on the last map at one point, but for one round.
And Diptra looking for quite an explosive action here for himself. They're able to find the explosion onto Hello, getting rid of the Sophia fairly early on, very quickly, and for once again into the round. And Diptra, bit of a questionable decision to try to take that gunfight. Will be losing majority of his health pool, but still staying alive, so at the very least that matters here.
Yeah, I mean, it could be huge. It's mirror. You can just go back and, you know, it's designed to have a little fortress to sit in. So Deptra will be alright for now. Just gotta hope he's got his backup to go with him as well. But 50 seconds now are all that remains, and Vance are eventually gonna have to start making things happen. They've gotten a few people on Rafflecopter a little low, but that's about it. We're gonna need a bit more breaching. They're still opening up the final few hatches as well. He just drops on down. And it's
Correct.
to his death. Boydie was waiting for him.
Yeah, Boydie's position was absolutely phenomenal there, able to just keep on shutting things down. Boydie, oh, so much damage being dealt right now. Campo is now dropped down quite low on health as well, and well, Tracy at the very least will be picked back up after being down amidst all of the chaos, but still it's a 3v3, sorry, 3v5 more so, but so much damage has been dealt to both of the parties, and right now a quick clutch and quick turnaround could really happen here. Cordial finds one, nearly gets two, but there's a down, I believe, or just about could have been. Boydie finds a triple already for himself, nearly gets another one, but it's a run-out time situation. Rafflecopter do claim themselves their second point in round number 3.
Yeah, again, that one just slowing Bants down so much. They're having to pay so much attention to things like the roaming around on the top floor. Just everything that's in their way. And then as soon as they start to make a move, that's where you see Rafflecopter swing in and just stop them. So it's very hard to get past these guys on defense for sure. Rafflecopter so far pulling it out very well. Let's not forget as well, Cthulhu, the round that we saw Bants won was a clutch. That was Tracy playing like a god, and well played to Tracy. However, that was still basically a round you would give over to Rafflecopter. So on average, you'd say they're still winning round after round, and well, you can't always rely on those clutch plays if you're Bants. I'm sorry, Tracy. I mean, feel free to prove me wrong. Give me more clutches like that, and I'll be stoked.
I'd say Tracy did manage to prove us a fair bit wrong. That the very least Bants are not ready to be out of this game just yet. As we have been predicting, saying that maybe this could be a pretty quick game here for them. But look, so far this has been pretty much down to the last few seconds of the round. So the Rafflecopter certainly being given a fair bit of a challenge. I'm still curious about that console office setup that they are going for, because to me it just feels like
5 seconds to insertion.
you are almost forced to kind of stay locked in the meeting hall, because you can't really go for a slow rotation there, and well, that is a very ambiguous or rather ambitious swing by Campo to try to get the early spawn peak, but only getting the satisfaction of that.
Yeah, I'd say it's a bit risky though, because that's 2 holes in windows. If they're looking and ready to counterattack, then it could just be his head taken off right at the start. Luckily though, well, kind of luckily for both sides I suppose, no one will go down just yet. Everyone will stay alive, and we get a good old 5v5. I always love a good 5v5, a full round full of team fights. Honestly, this series has been delivering on that. We've had, you know, a bit of everything. We've had the 1v1s, we've had the team fights. Hang on though, Campo camping the door. Although he may have heard something be placed and should hear the attacker run away. Is he going to follow though, Cthulhu?
I think he's contemplating that. He
Oh,
can
he
see
sees
the lasers, so he will try to get rid of that claymore. It sure does, but that does notify Sophia of the presence at the exit stairs. But Campo, in all of the right fashion, will be quite promptly falling back. So far, everything is nice and smooth here for Rufflecopter. They are causing that kind of passive distraction here.
Yeah, the test really now is for Vance. Like, how much do they react to it? Do they put more attention into Campo? Do they try and chase him down again? Or do they go for the site? Looks like it's going to be the site, as we're starting to get the breach now open. And if we get closer and closer, we still need to drone it out. We still need to find out these defenders. Campo has finally been hunted down. That's what you're looking for. Nathan, he's cooking up something in the kitchen here, Cthulhu, but it's just gonna... Actually, it knocks Hello on the floor? I don't know, but rather than that, the rest of Rufflecopter are starting to fall down. This might actually be a Vance round. Through and through, they may have had some fall on the ground, but they've been brought back up. Just a minute to clear it all up now. Only Rigba and Boydie remain. The anchoring heroes.
But look at 2 of the Vance players. They're so extremely low. No utility whatsoever, minus Cordial. So this could be quite huge if both Boydie and Rigba can keep their engagements to a long range. And Rigba actually still has the C4 as well, so he could potentially go for a vertical play, but there is some presence at the ground floor. So right now, if those 1v1s engagements can really work out in favor of Rufflecopter, they could really win out this round.
Here's the thing though, no utility, but something like 4 or 5 flashbangs, so they can just drown Boydie in light, and then come and take him out, and leave only Rigba remaining. Rigba might look at the window, but unfortunately there are a few more places to look. And Vance, well, they were in all of them.
Vance will make him dance. Yeah, really. Rufflecopter can't seem to be able to get a stable ground here to take off with their scoreline, and well, Vance definitely looking quite comfy here, really. Able to take it to a full extent, really, against Rufflecopter, and it seems that currently the defensive roster is certainly not feeling it just yet. Maybe partially could be due to the fact that they just barely played the map. And maybe it's not just their playstyle, or maybe they just never prepared it. And they play it in a very much of a kind of ranked / adaptation style, rather than having some pre-planned strats here.
Well, could be a reason that Vance did pick it up, knowing that it might throw them off just a little bit here, but we get a little bit of the Deptra special, as Warden is going to be the choice of operator for him this round here. Always an interesting one to see the Warden come out, see the Stash arrive. It always makes me wonder, what is the reason that Deptra's picking this one up? What makes Warden such a great operator?
Well, Warden's utility is, whilst it's being fairly niche, it does provide quite a good tactical advantage, being able to negate the effects of the flashbang, being able to negate the effects of the smoke grenade, although whilst being stationary. And he has a pretty decent loadout, although I believe he is a 2-speed 2 armor operator, so he's not as mobile as, say, a Bandit or
5 seconds to insertion.
Or, well, Jaeger pre-nerf, but apart from that, yeah, well, he has a pretty just good overall loadout. He has a C4, he has an MPX, SMG-12, and or a SAS shotgun if he wants to roll with it instead of MPX. So quite a flexible loadout, but the utility is a little bit, I suppose you could call it selfish.
Warden has the best sprint animation too.
Yes.
Where he like holds the gun up and everything. I love it. I love it. We should see more Warden. Yes, keep sprinting, Deptra. Keep doing it. But he's holding the line right now. He has taken just a little bit of damage, so has already seen a bit of battle. May have been spotted out. Tracy is keeping a line of sight held down, but no one's going to be walking on into that just yet. We've already got bans like right up against the site, so we could be seeing a push fairly soon. A retreat already coming out from Campo. He gets on out of there. Now OJ under threat. Oh, he couldn't get the drone. That's really annoying. The question is going to remain, are they still on it? Tracy's found Boydie in the background there. The first gas grenade is now going to come out, buying OJ some time. Maybe some time to get out of this situation. Because this is a rough spot to be sitting in. Cordial's inching towards him. Wants a taste of that gas. Wants to know what's inside. But doesn't know enough. Went for a second taste. But apparently, he found out what it is,
You could say-
and OJ had to kill him.
Yeah, you could say Cordial would decided to go for a double dip, and in these uncertain times, that's almost at this point a death sentence. It seems. Well,
Not in New Zealand.
not in New Zealand. Well, yeah, not anymore. But maybe, for example, if you're living in the state of Victoria. that
Yeah,
could
you
be-
can't lick your hand and high five your friend then.
Just in general, that sounds just. that
No,
sounds
you
wrong.
can tell I didn't do it because you didn't hear the squelch.
True. True. Yeah. Okay.
Attackers have located a bomb.
But just a share thought. But anyways, interesting by the way angle being held here by OJ. Instead of playing actually on site, he's actually playing right down below the B bomb, so he could actually catch a few players off guard. But it seems that it's Deptra who finds that double MPX kill is sure going to put quite a dent in the performance of Bans, and now does leave only Nath and Tracy alive.
The good news is that OJ has run out of gas grenades, so maybe there's a window back in. He can't just continuously block you out basically for free anymore, but you've only got a 30-second window to do something, and it's still a 2v4 against Deptra too. You can't even flash the guy on Warden, so Tracy and
Oh,
Nate-
hello.
Yep, there he is. He was waiting the whole time. OJ, patience pays off again, and Tracy's going to be all that remains. Will not even make it down the bottom of the stairs.
Won't make it at all. Nicely done by Rufflecopter once again. This is definitely one of those rounds that is much more decisive, but here's an interesting thought so far. We've seen both of the matchups so far utilize Rook more than Doc. And my theory is it's only due to the fact that Rook actually was able to bully Doc into giving him the 2x scope rather than for Doc to keep the 2x scope, and instead they traded things around. Because think of it this way. Back when Doc had the ACOG,
Yep.
he was picked just because he was also able to heal himself. And he was able to take some of the long-range gunfights. Now because the man only has the 1.5 scope, he can only take like close to medium-range gunfights.
Pretty much useless, right?
Pretty much borderline useless, or at the very least less useful in those similar situations where right now Rook is thriving in. He has still that 2x scope, which arguably, at least for me, is even better than the ACOG. And still gets to keep the impacts for rotation. So he can be that, the chunky roamer.
Quiet. Ubisoft's going to hear you and nerf him, like Doc.
That would be upsetting.
We're going to lose our Rook. Can't imagine Rook ever getting nerfed. I mean, even if he was super powerful,
10 seconds left.
it would still feel weird.
The thing is, though, in the higher echelon of play, Rook is so rarely picked, and namely just for either bandit tricking or the long-range engagements, that there's no reason to really nerf him. The casual crowd doesn't really play him a whole lot. Ranked sees maybe 1 or 2 times the pick. T2 scene, T2 / begin like entry level T1. Play him occasionally, like we see here, but he's not at the point where he's just completely broken. Whereas a certain Spetsnaz operator, that one is going to be a very interesting thing if that goes through without any changes.
We'll get to that when we get to it. All right?
Yeah, that's true.
Because that's going to be a whole week in itself.
Oh man, I'm
so keen.
I'm curious and scared at the same time. But so is Tracy, as he just caught these hands from Deptra, as the multiplayer just went for a swing, didn't even lose a single bit of health. That is probably the most tilting thing for poor Tracy.
And there goes your hard breach if you're Bance as well. None of them bringing along the hard breach secondary, so it's all through the doors right now, unless Sledge wants to open up a big new one. Unfortunately, can't be through the floor unless he finds a hatch. Although, wonder how many of those are going to be all locked up tight. But as you can see, plenty of walls right now that they're not going to be able to get through, so we'll go through that old horizontal wall called the floor. See if we can shoot anyone through from above. That's what we're going to be seeing coming out from Nate. The Mixer's here. I mean, he's just looking to secure the stairs. The pre-fire's coming in constantly just to get the first nades down. To start things off with, just to deny anything at all. It's going to be JK and Nath leading the charge. We're opening up everything above to rain down hellfire from above. But remember, Bance need the best position here because they are a man down. They don't have Tracy. And they're still trying to get together. They've lost Hello on the other side. He couldn't get that advantage from the above. The ADS still here. Still here. But finally, Nath will get a shot, and it's from all the way downtown.
All the way downtown, and what a clean shot.
And can he get Hello back?
They managed to, well, just about now maybe pick up the kill, but no, and that's minus Hello, minus Nath as well, as that was a finisher as well. Mixes does fall down, and well, that is currently looking like a full-on fall of the Bance crew as Cordial is the last man standing.
Yeah, look, it was always going to be a hard round when they lost Tracy very early on, but they almost found the position, I've got to say, because, I mean, other than that, they did not find anything else. There's no health drained. Nothing at all. Maybe Cordial's going to hit a shot here. Maybe he'll get a kill onto Voidy. But now they know where he is. And now look at his health. And look at the clock. Everything is all run down of time here for Cordial, who is about to drop down dead. Bit of a rough one there for Bance. Roffelcopter, Deptra with that C4, really shutting them down.
Yeah, that C4 certainly was one of the reasons that Roffelcopter were able to come out victorious. And we got to give it to them. That was a very clean victory. Does put Roffelcopter as well at the 4-2 scoreline, similar to what we saw from them at the first half of the Oregon. Yep. But now comes the question, will Bance be able to kind of clap back, I suppose, at Roffelcopter, since now they are the ones to be on defense. And defense here on Consulate, I feel it's a little bit more favorable, but that is if you're able to firmly lock down certain key points, say namely for console office, it's the exit stairs, it's the meeting room, and the admin. If you're able to lock these three positions down, you're definitely introducing a whole lot of issues for the attacking side.
A little harder to do that when you don't have the luxury of things like Malusi or Mai, who is banned out. So you can't just sit there with a million frisbees and your little alarm clock going off when anyone seems to step on inside. You instead have to use your eyeballs and I guess all the other gadgets. But yeah, it can be a little rough, and like we were saying before, kind of throws teams off guard a little bit. But onto defense, Bance certainly have a big task ahead of them. It's just like it was in Oregon, where they've got to win a whole lot more than they just have throughout the first half. Roffelcopter, though, very close to scoring that win. It's all been pretty good for the last few rounds. Bance have swung back in some of them, but even the ones where it looks like, oh yeah, maybe Bance have got some kind of edge on Roffelcopter, it seems to not matter, and they just get over that edge and Roffelcopter win anyway.
5 seconds to
Yeah,
go.
right now, kind of, some of the Bance ideas are certainly at the right position. It seems that it's namely just a few players are unable to find good gunfights. I mean, look at Hello. Poor man just can't seem to have a good time, which I hate to harp on. But also gotta say, Roffelcopter are going for some really good plays. They are able to punish Bance really well in a very timely manner. That's probably the main way to describe how Roffelcopter are currently playing after warming up after a few rounds.
Yeah, we've seen Boydie go inside quite far and quite ballsy as well. Campo's remained outside. This is certainly a scary man to watch out here on the IQ. It's a very big job, but a very big gun as well, so can get a lot of value done throughout this game. Boydie is still droning around upstairs as well, trying to clear out any kind of roaming. Cordial's known for it as well. You want to find that guy out. Cordial, you can see him here on the stairs. He has not been spotted just yet, which means he might be able to get the jump on someone.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see Nath so close to right now. Well, he was so close. Maybe
might
once
hurt
again could get even closer. Once again, does manage to actually find finally the kill into Deptra. So that is a good drop onto the man. And well, that's a solid beginning here for Bans. Given that right now Campo goes down as well. Nath going on an absolute tear, and right now will be able to dodge the bullets, but not for long. Boydie able to shut him down.
Oh man, they had a 2-man lead. Now it's just 1. Still a good lead for Bans. They might be able to close this one out just before, but it's these sort of rounds that Rufflecopter will steal back. So, Bans fans, definitely start sending them your energy right now to win this round here. Secure it. Because we've got just over a minute for Rufflecopter to plan this last one out. The Selmas, you can see, are actually starting to come out now all at once. I almost got scared for that Claymore. He started mealing it. But Rigba, yeah, he's from above. He's looking for... He's actually getting a lot of utility, killing his ADS from above. But now we're getting the garage door open. Start seeing inside, start getting those shots on. And this is the part that Bans really need to start locking down. They've got the C4. Is it going to find anything? I don't know if it got thrown out. Got blown up, but found nobody. Rufflecopter are now just starting to rip open this barbed wire. This should be where Bans know. And they do. Boydie gets ripped up as soon as he steps on inside. He's only downed, but there's no way they're getting him back up here. Rigba has to be on point. Doesn't quite connect his shots. Gets some, but not enough. Now it's OJ from above, throwing in the smokes. 20 seconds, Cthulhu. They've got to get this one now. Goes in for the swing. Gets the kill. Gets the next one, maybe. And there it is, OJ. Still most of his health. But 10 seconds means he needs to be quick and needs to be on the ball. 1 left to go. He can't find it. 5 seconds are remaining. But they're playing hide and seek. And they're winning. Turns the corner into the shot. And Bans, they might not have even had to hide. And they close the round out.
Yeah, OJ got oh so close. Unfortunately, he still had that Guman in his foot, so could not sprint for the life of him. And well, unfortunately for him, will not be able to clutch it out like Tracy did in the second round, but alas, still a valiant effort there for Rufflecopter. And Bans able to make a pretty good return into their shape. Certainly does give them quite a hope to maybe play for an upset here, but Console Office is going to be up next. It was previously very much of a defender-sided site to play, so potentially we might be seeing Bans to run away with yet another point, or maybe Rufflecopter are able to find kind of a bit of a revenge, I suppose, for that previous round, and maybe slight changes. But I'm curious about that change. Mixes from Mira to Maestro is potentially indicating at maybe a little bit more of a anchor-sided play with a little bit just more ability to pressurize with those Maestro cameras.
A lot of traps going to be sitting around the place, of course. Hello with the goo mines. They've had some success in the previous few rounds, obviously catching out OJ right at the end of the last one, so always going to be worrying to watch out for. Plenty of roaming possibilities as well, because you've got Nath, who's going to be on the Mozzie. That guy is always going to be hunting down kills later on. You've got to imagine that's going to be his job this round. Cordial sticking right on the site. Question is, how far away does he go?
5 seconds.
Looks like he might be thinking about going down there with Nath to give him some backup, or if he's going to stick around. Yeah, he's going to stick around on the site.
I'm curious how will Campo's pick of Iana would work out here, because he could be a very powerful player on that operator pick, as Iana's hologram could certainly introduce that kind of an extra bit of, I suppose, uncertainty. So we'll have to find out. But for the time being, it just seems like Rufflecopter are just looking for ways to really make an entry into the building, and are waiting for the drones to really do their job.
Cover me. Reloading.
Got the Nomad coming out here as well. If he's can find any knockbacks with the air jab, then almost definitely a free kill. Oh, Deptra and Boydie are both. They're going to turn into Nath straight away.
Nicely done, yeah.
Easily take him out.
Getting rid of Nath, that is one of the top players that could have been huge, and well, that is with Mozzie out of the equation, certainly making things a whole lot tougher here for Bans, as right now Mixes and Hello they will need to come around with some huge plays.
This is the sort of start we're looking for Rufflecopter here. I mean, clearing the roamer out right from the get-go, that's exactly what you want. Can take the problem face on right now if they want to. You can already see there's a few duos hanging around, but
Ooh.
Tracy will leave the duo and immediately go for the run out. Oh, can't quite get back inside in time to stop the trade, but I mean, getting rid of the Thatcher, that feels pretty good.
Yeah, that would certainly make things a whole lot easier, although not a whole lot of things are actually banded or muted, so right now it's more so just the idea of getting rid of some of the ADSs and the mute charges for a temporary, as a temporary setback. So right now, Campo's play here is attempting to really try to get rid of the Maestro position, but the Gumon, everything is not really working out. Only a single tick would have downed Campo, but thankfully he's able to pull out at just the right time. But look, right now he is in a grave danger.
Oh, I didn't think he was going to live on that last tick. Is he even going to live the fall? No, okay. I'm really getting worried for Campo here. The precious little baby trying to survive on that much health. Still, if he makes it to the end of the round, that will be quite impressive. Looks like Hello's got a shot. That's onto OJ. Nothing back onto him as well. Actually, just kidding. He has been swamped and will be taken out of here. And now it's just two people left for Mance here, holding down the fort for the next 20 seconds. Very low health on Deptra. Sorry, on Campo. Deptra's on almost full. Rigba's taking a bit, but he's trying to get his own kill, but will not be enough. Just one defender. All Cordial's got to do is survive for 10 seconds, but he's got to deny the plant too. Because now he's going to go for the retake, and now he has a much tougher job. This is going to be a hard one. Although, look at those health bars. He's full. He's fast. He's Jaeger. He might be able to find this one here. He's just got to swing, get the first one. Deptra now gone. That's the full health member. So, he just has to sneeze on the other two, and Rigba and Campo should fall. In fact, look, he's just going for shots through the wall. He knows one stray shot could likely take them. There's the next one. Just Campo. He's going for the disable. Campo's waiting. He's a bait, though. It's a bait. He saw the barrel. He saw the barrel. And now he can't do anything. He has to just jump out into his doom. Oh, Cordial, no.
Oh, no, indeed. And, well, a valiant attempt for Band's player, but Rufflecopter are just one step ahead. That was, though, a very close round to potentially lose out. And if Cordial would have, say, rushed up a little bit earlier towards that diffuser, he would have actually been able to afford to run out and then go for a rotation. But, alas, never happened. So, well, that's a 5th point for Rufflecopter. And it seems that
gun barrel, though.
The gun barrel, though, yeah, that is probably the most tilting part about it all.
Because at that point, Campo didn't know. He didn't know if it was a bait, if it was, if he was just fully going for the disable. But the barrel pokes its head out the window. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's a disaster, man. That sucks. Because Cordial almost brought it all the way back here, and it would have been a magical little fairy tale for him. But alas, instead of it being 4-all Cthulhu, it's now 5-3. Rufflecopter one round away from that elusive 6 rounds where you can secure the overtime and put all the pressure in the world on your opponents.
Yeah, this was a really big victory here for Rufflecopter 2. Able to run away with that 2-point differential is certainly going to make things a whole lot rougher here for the Banter's attack, or rather defense, pardon. And yeah, this is certainly not looking all too pretty, but look, we'll have to see if Rufflecopter will be able to run out with some more rounds, or maybe Bands will be able to get themselves the few more cheeky dubs. But as it stands, really, if Rufflecopter gets 2 more rounds in a row, this is going to be a repetition of the scoreline from Oregon.
Yeah, it will be actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Rufflecopter, they are setting themselves up for the final 2 wins here, but don't count Bance out at all. I mean, they've been fighting back in a lot of these rounds, and some of them have been very close. So here we've got Nath. Again, you always want to keep your eyes on this guy, especially on the defensive side. Boydie and Campo have just stormed on in, though, so they're now inside and actually making a good amount of progress here. Boydie, a lot of confidence in these bushes, straight onto Mixers, although his teammate Campo's been taken out, and he'll get taken out on the next turn too. They take Mixers, almost drop Hello as well, but they paid for it.
That is a
very
huge,
dearly.
Yeah, that is a huge trade. Trading out Mixers for Boydie and Campo, now that is a huge play here. Essentially getting rid of the top fragger for Rufflecopter. So now all down to Rigba, OJ, and Deptra. Although Hello is quite low on health, so he might just be able to go down fairly early into the gunfight. But right now, Nate's position is going to be a huge one, the same as Tracy. And with Tracy getting rid of depth right now, that is going to sting.
Oh, Rigbert takes a few to the hip through the wall, but got plenty of life where that came from, so we'll survive for now. Has to take every point as it comes, though. Sees him around the corner, but I think they heard the drone, so they're going to be ready. Rigbert has to be on point with this one. Certainly saw the air jab. Oh no, do they know? Do they know? Are they going to try and go around the corner, go for the peak? The flashes have gone out. Now's the time to go up against Rigbert. His back is turned. They're not going to go for him yet, though. On the flip side, though, OJ will get flipped around and immediately taken out. We don't need to watch him anymore. Just Rigbert remains. Rigbert's got one. It's cordial. But with that, they know where he is. They're hunting him down. He's got a minute to recuperate himself and try and go for the site. But there it is. Straight down the hallway. Tracy was waiting for him with a shotgun.
That's a snipe and a half by Tracy, but gotta give it to Bans. They're not backing out of this yet. They won't be repeating the same history as it was with Oregon at the very least. So round 10, we are getting closer and closer. And, well, Cafeteria and Garage will be the next place to play it out. Last time it was defended by Bans. It was a very successful one for them. And we'll have to see whether they will be able to repeat here and to draw out the scoreline. Because otherwise, Rufflecopter getting themselves a match point is definitely going to be yet another way to apply pressure on the what's currently is a defending team.
Now, previous round, we had a very quick storm coming out from both Boydie and Campo. They were lost very early on, so maybe if that goes a little bit differently, maybe if they're held back a little bit this round, I can't imagine they'll be going straight on in this time.
Yeah, I don't think they will be pushing.
Yeah, I mean, it did almost work out. I mean, all we needed was Boydie to take out Hello, and that could have been a completely different round near the end there. So, who knows? Maybe they do go for the same sort of style. You still have Boydie maining that Thatcher, so no real reason why you can't go for a similar kind of strategy. They've stormed the corner door before, so totally possible for them to rush in and take out whoever's sitting there, but now down into the basement and the garage site. This is always a whole lot of fun because you've got that big door you want to try and breach through right in the front, but Mixers is going to be electrifying it. The question is, Boydie, is he going to be along? Was that a... Right, never mind. That was a good one. I thought it was a C4. Yeah, so you've got the garage door where the question is Boydie going to be there, part of the team, to rip it down?
Yeah, look, we'll have to see whether this will be the one to really make the play, make the run here, because Bans certainly looking at evening out the scoreline here and forcing Rufflecopter out of their comfort zone, I suppose, with that points advantage. But it seems that the Rufflecopter may have gotten a little bit overzealous in that previous round, and they paid with pretty much the full round there. But if they will be trying to do that same thing, maybe they'll get punished once again. But it seems they are taking their time to really clear out top to bottom.
Yeah, Campo once again coming in from the top now, moving towards the bottom. Sees the drones get shot out, so knows someone's around there. Might be able to push forward a little bit, but we'll catch up with that in a moment. Campo wants to check out the stairs, of course. Needs to secure all these very, very important ideas, very important areas. Hello's got a very disgusting little murder hole there. That is almost impossible to see. At least shooting back if he's hanging out down there. But let's see. Rufflecopter spending half the round to get into position to make the push. This could be a little bit scary, but remember they haven't had all 5 people here near the end of the round for a while. It could be what they're looking for. Deptra playing with fire here, but with all this open floor, he might get fired upon, but he might be able to find a frag himself through the floor.
Yeah, right now, quite a whole lot of places will be seeing a plentiful amount of action. Another attempted kite trick could potentially be successful, but another EMP will be ensuring that the ace charges will be there and able to breach. But at the very least, they're able to impact trick and force it out of the position. At the very most unfortunate time, he turns away, but still able to find that shot onto OJ. Fantastic play by Mixers. We'll be keeping a Rufflecopter at bay.
Yeah, that one can definitely bite you, but Deptra getting bitten himself, lost almost all his health, and then is cleaned up there at the last second. And Campo will get it back, taking out Nath. We're stuck to this 3v3 here. I feel like we've had so many 3v3s, Cthulhu. We got here, again, Rufflecopter have 30 seconds to make this last push here. Still getting drones. That's a good drone Boyd he has right on the site, on the roof of the van. That is an excellent little spot, so you should get a lot of intel on that one. The pre-fires might be able to come out and be on point for Rufflecopter, but they have to be, because now there's 10 seconds to go. Boydie somehow slips on through, but they trade it back. Actually, they're all alive. They're all alive. Look at the health bars, but they're alive. Now just for Mance to come in. Hello! 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 Pulls out the lawnmower, and it's a Sunday morning.
It sure is, yes. Hello certainly is enjoying his life right now, because that was one hell of a spray down, and a 3k grant for him is certainly going to be quite a fortunate thing. But unfortunately, we are going to be potentially going for a rehost here, as we did get a disconnect from Bans, so slight issue there. Technically wise, but we are going to be returning soon. But still, a 5-5 scoreline is already quite a noteworthy thing for Bans.
I mean, this is totally huge for Bans. And yeah, looks like all of the rehost is coming through, so we're going to all secure that one down. But yeah, Bans tying them up here is incredible. Let's also remember that this could have actually been almost them in the lead here. One of those rounds like way earlier ago, Tracy almost clutching it back. Could have swapped it over at the moment. Also, you know, after a round like that, I mean, imagine if you're Rufflecopter, right? You are one round away from getting that, you know, locking in overtime, getting that match point. You have 3 people alive, and you run them all into Hello at the end. I mean, these things happen for sure. You know, no BM to anyone for that sort of thing, but you know, it feels bad when it happens, Cthulhu.
I think it's more so just the fact that Rufflecopter shouldn't have really lived through that initial crossfire that Mixes had, and it's all due to the fact that he just had a bit of an unfortunate positioning, didn't really have the reaction time there to really catch all 3 of them, and yeah, just too many things really didn't line up for the man. But fortunately, yeah, Hello was able to come huge, and rest is history. So with that said, 5-5 scoreline. This is definitely a much closer scoreline comparative to what we saw when Rufflecopter played against Elemental. So that does already serve as a pretty good indication that Bans are definitely improving and making some good moves. If they are able to take the map win here, this is going to be yet another statement, because not only will they be pushing themselves further up on the leaderboard, they will be playing for quite a nasty upset as well for Rufflecopter.
I mean, I think in terms of, like, you know, team progression wise, you know, points all aside, what they've done already is actually really impressive for Bans, right? A lot of people counting them out for this match. Here they are, 5-all on Consulate, so they're certainly turning up to play. And we haven't even finished the map yet, so this could even be a win for them. So yeah. I'm saying it's, you know, as a team progression sort of thing, it's already a win for them. And it can keep going, it can keep getting bigger. But, of course, you want to lock in that actual win. You want to lock in that actual points to go up the leaderboard. And like I've been saying, you know, this could be the difference between whether you're relegated, whether you make playoffs, all things like that. So, you know, and it all starts around here, where you take upsets. You take the matches that everyone says you're not going to win. Yeah, exactly. And it does also come with some of the bragging rights as well. I mean, we saw the amount of, well, quote-unquote banter between Nathan and OJ, the 2 leaders of both of those rosters. So maybe there's some rivalry. I'm not too sure whether it's friendly or not, but we'll get a confirmation probably later on in the run for that. But nonetheless, it's still, that's quite a bragging right. I mean, Rufflecopter already so far has been quite a force to be reckoned with. They were able to run away with quite a confident win on Oregon against Skyfire, which is considered one of the top teams in LPL Pro. And for Bans to really contest against Rufflecopter in such manner, where it's 5-5 scoreline, although on their own map pick with Consulate being kind of a like never picked,
such a niche map at this point, very rarely picked map, but still nonetheless an achievement and a half. So
Yeah.
all that is remaining now is for Bans to really secure match point and then a win, and not let Rufflecopter to kind of just yoink away that all that progression. But even so, if the end of the map 2 is 7-5 in favor of Rufflecopter, I would have to say that this is still a win for Bans, just for the sheer fact that you compare Bans playing against most of the teams in Season 2, and they were just getting... there's no really way to sugarcoat it. They were getting bulldozed for 70% of their games. 30% they were able to actually perform some really good things, and this is exactly what we're now seeing right now. That 30% growing almost to, I would say, 40 if not 50%. So it's more so just about where Bans are picking their engagements, maps-wise, and whether they're able to just keep on keeping up their momentum. Will probably be the right way to really describe it, because a fair few teams within LPL Pro are very much momentum based, so there's a few things that come with it, and if you are losing out on your momentum, on your even confidence, I gotta say, it's already a huge disadvantage that you're taking, especially for your team.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I would agree. Just an update, guys, as we are still currently rehosting the lobby. As soon as it's back up, we'll be getting there to finish. I know, it's a little bit rough. We want to finish it too, because, I mean, 5-all. This is a match I want to see the conclusion of. I want to see, is Rufflecopter actually going to hold out here to the end? Are they going to stave off not getting the 2-0? Because I've said since the start, Rufflecopter want a 2-0 here. It's very important that they do get it, just to show where they are in the leaderboard, but also secure a spot. Dropping games. In fact, actually, let's get into this, right? Because round robin, there are two things you got to worry about: not losing games you shouldn't, and winning games you shouldn't. Right. So the first one is this case for Rufflecopter, right? They should get a 2-0 against Bans, right? Because you look at their opponents, right? You know, Skyfire, Ferox, and all that. They're probably going to get the 2-0 as well, right?
Yes.
So for you to drop down there, that means you've got to find the points somewhere else, right? And that point you have to find somewhere else in the leaderboard. Might be against Ferox, might be against Skyfire, might be against PC419. You don't know. You want to get these points where you can, and to drop it against the team you should be 2-0ing, that's a disaster. But flip it around, right, Cthulu? Because now we've got Bans maybe winning a game they shouldn't, which is not to say they don't deserve it, but it's where they're ranked and where predictions are going. So if they get this, then they don't have to. They have a little bit of slack when they play other teams around their area, like ShadowNet and Element. Maybe they're a bit above them, but we'll have to find out.
Yeah.
But they get a little bit of safety against that, or just a little bit of a lead.
Yeah. I'm actually quite curious, how will Elemental play against Bans?
I'm curious about Elemental against everyone, right?
True. It's more so just the fact that Elemental right now, they've proven that they can kind of keep themselves, for the most of it, out of maybe relegation bracket. But then which
then
team...
Who's going to get relegated
instead? Who's getting relegated instead? So now it comes to more so of who can claw their way out to the middle of the pack of the leaderboard. Because Rufflecopter is obviously, they're looking at them aiming for that top 3, if not top 1 spot. Elemental are kind of feeling almost like a middle of the pack team.
They're definitely feeling middle of the pack.
Bans are clawing their way from kind of just barely out of relegations to also middle of the pack, where I feel they may become that kind of the team that could be the thorn in the side of the teams like, say, PC419, like Rufflecopter, where Rufflecopter can get overzealous, and Bans can easily punish them here.
All right, guys, and again, just reminding everyone, we're rehosting the lobby. We're potentially only 2 rounds away from completing it. So, again, I'm really keen to get back in here and see it. I mean, Bans versus Rufflecopter. We called this early as being potentially a very quick one, right? I mean, not just 2-0, but 2 quick maps from Rufflecopter. They had a great performance last week. Bans, unfortunately, not quite as much, but, they've got a chance to redeem themselves here tonight. And I think so far they have. It comes down to, I mean, you said it before, right? Even if the next few rounds go all the way to Rufflecopter, it's still feeling like a win for Bans. Not to say that, Rufflecopter lose, but Bans have had a solid performance tonight, and I feel like they can take that into their following weeks. But now, they still want to focus on actually securing the points. I can see the lobby. There's only 2 slots left to be filled. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Just waiting for the players to jump in.
I believe actually one of the players from Bans actually had an internet outage.
That's probably it, yeah.
That's one of the issues. So we are just waiting for all of that to be fixed out. But actually, maybe we could have a look at the leaderboard, actually.
Oh, yeah? You want to bring it
have
up for
ourselves
us?
a little bit of a theory craft here as well, maybe to have a quick squeeze. Exo Gaming, after tonight's win, did manage to get themselves up on the first place. Ferox, like you said, are on the second. PC on third. Rufflecopter currently residing on the 4th place, but they are currently looking like they just might be able to maybe join Exto here on the top of the leaderboard. And if they do win out this map, because if they don't, well, they might just still be able to push themselves onto the 2nd place, I believe, points-wise. But apart from that, really, at the moment, we were talking about the relegation bracket. Right now, oddly enough, it's Skyfire versus ShadowNet, who are currently at the bottom of the leaderboard.
That would surprise me if that was the relegation match at the end of the season.
Imagine how mad right now Skyfire could be if this would be the leaderboard right before the end of the regular season.
Luckily for Skyfire, Cthulhu, they've already had quite a lot of their hard matches. That's why they're quite far down the leaderboard at the moment.
True.
So I expect them to come back up. They've still got to play teams like Bans and ShadowNet, and even they've played Elemental, haven't they? So there's still a few teams for them to pick up here.
Yes.
I wouldn't expect them to stick around there, but they're a team that should be near the top, but they have already been suffering a few losses. So I'd say, yeah, give it a few more weeks for Skyfire. The real question is, first up, and the match right here might help us, is Bant's going to stay around here near the bottom? And the other question is, when, if ever, is ShadowNet going to leave the bottom of the table? I mean, they're still yet to pick up a win.
Yeah, not even a win, at the very least, maybe a draw even at some point will be a healthy idea for them to really go for. But yeah, unfortunately, they still yet to get anywhere. Although they've played against more so rather unorthodox teams, I suppose that would be the way to really call it. But curious whether we'll be able to see them maybe this week to really perform, maybe get themselves out of that rut. But because at the moment, really, they need, I believe, just about a draw to really start contesting, actually with a tiebreaker between themselves and Skyfire to try to
that's
propel
one
themselves.
step.
That's one way to really think about it. But look, right now, too many things need to really happen for ShadowNet to get out of the relegation bracket.
Yeah. To be fair, they've still got some of the easier matchups to go,
True.
but they have been through a few of them, so that's a little bit rough for them. They're probably going to pray for a bit of an upset. But speaking of upsets, guys, we've got to keep our minds focused on this match here, because remember, we're right at the tail end of it, and to be so interrupted in the middle of it with having to do a rehost is unfortunate, to say the least. Of course, guys, we want to finish this one out. 2, it means a lot to Bans. It means a lot to Rufflecopter, but kind of for opposite reasons. They do not want to drop this round at all. They're very close to dropping it. But that said, of course, they're also very close to winning it. So it's not like they're stuck in like hot water anywhere. They're stuck in hot water, but they've got like the floaties and maybe a beer, and they're comfortable. They can get out at any point, but it's heating up. So it could go either way right now.
Yeah. Well, whilst we are waiting for the remaining players to join back in, we are just gonna go on a short ad break, ladies and gentlemen, to just get ourselves prepared, get ourselves hydrated, get some Red Bull maybe, and well, we'll be back with some more Siege action in just a short few minutes here.
Okay, guys, we've had a bit of a breather, and now we are back in a bit of an updated ruling and a bit of updated context for us in this match. Just to remind everyone, this is Bants versus Rufflecopter. Currently, Rufflecopter 1 game up, although we are in game number 2. It's 5-all on Consulate. Now, we did have to have a rehost, so we are in the process of remaking the lobby. However, internet outages in a country that's not named New Zealand are being blamed for this one, so we're going to have to worry and wait for that one. However, we've got an admin on the call
On
to,
the case, yeah.
on the case, who is going to be making the ruling to find out exactly how long they've got. I believe they've got a few minutes to field their player, so we're not going to be wasting any more of your time than that, you guys, before we get into the match. However, if I believe they don't field anyone, we're going to be jumping into the match as is, which is a bit of a rough one. I mean, we kind of have to address it here, Cthulhu.
Yeah, this will be a bit of a rough patch for Bans, just as they were ramping up the comeback, as they were about to potentially even play for an upset to not allow Rufflecopter to take the 2-0 win. Unfortunately, yeah, their player has disconnected, or rather had the massive internet outage and could not really make it back into the game, so unfortunately, with that said, they are going to be playing the rest of the rounds in a 4v5 manner. They were given the option, but, the option to either default or play a 4v5, and, 4v5 is the case. We are going to be making a return here, ladies and gentlemen, as Consulate will continue. And, quite a rough patch, I gotta say. It feels bad for the Bants boys, as this is certainly one of those moments where you kind of can't help but feel like rooting for the underdogs at this point.
Yeah, and, all things considered, 4v5s are not impossible. We've certainly seen them won out before. So there's some hope for the Bants fans, but, oh man, unfortunate to have that sort of thing happen to you at this point. But we'll have to get with it, and we'll just have to get behind the boys no matter what. For Rufflecopter, it might be a little bit bittersweet, but they may be able to just secure this victory here in the end a little easier than maybe they were predicting before.
I mean, for Rufflecopter boys, still, it was a pretty good turnout overall, gotta say. They will probably still agree for the sake of a dub as it is.
Oh, they should.
But yeah, definitely, it would be definitely a little bit of a bittersweet moment, I suppose. But we'll have to see. Maybe Bans will just absolutely go nuts, and 4v5 will be able to turn them into the 7-5 win in their favor. Who knows, really? Because if anything, this map has been probably one of the most closest that we've seen between Bans and any of the higher tier teams within LPL Pro.
Well, they at least get to try it on defense, which I think will favor them a little bit here, as they can at least play anchor heavy. They do still have Cordial on the Jaeger, but I don't think he's too split away from the main roster. So imagine they're going to be anchoring pretty hard here and just relying on Rufflecopter to make mistakes. It's really all you can do when you are a man down from the start. But hey, look, some good shots, you connect them. We've seen kills for free before, so
yeah, the main issue here is right off the bat we can spot the fact that Bans are really playing without any kind of drone denial. Like we're missing out on a mute or Mozzie, which has been played fairly frequently. Nath was forced to swap from that kind of the mute Mozzie operator into the Brook for some more fragging power. So curious how will he be able to perform, because I think a whole lot of success will be hinging right on his performance here.
Yeah, I think to tell if the Rook is going to be working out, we're going to see if there's any like firefights that Bants go for and come up with, if it's a trade and they take a lot of health, they get one for free, so we don't actually have to worry about that part of the conversation. Cordial did take just a little bit of damage in return, which I guess could have been more without the Rook shield, but for now, it's even footing.
Yeah, indeed. Even footing as it stands in, Rufflecopter right now. At the very least, we'll be playing a fairly even game. Selma Charge will be masked by the smoke grenade, and right now Campo, potentially with the assistance of Rigba, could be going in for the swing into the meeting room, which I don't think has any kind of population, but there is a flank coming out from down below.
Well, Bants have held off for 2/3 of the round. Now it's just the final stretch. But this is going to be the most dangerous one for sure. Don't have to worry about Deptra, but that's all that they've gained so far. They've run out of most of the utility. However, most importantly, Tracy still has the gas grenades. So they can run that clock down near the end. They've got everyone alive. This is about as good as it gets for a 4v5 here for Bants. This could be the start of their victory, but we'll have to have a look. Rufflecopter will be just getting their last little bit of intel, seeing exactly where everyone still is, but the gas grenades are now starting to come out. That's the plant going down. It's not denied by the gas. They can't deny it, and also will be a stick, and now it's a retake situation, but it's Vance coming out on top so far for now. Cordial's almost dead, Hello's almost dead, and Tracy is dead. It's just Campo left right now. He's going to go for the deny. He stops one, but now they know where he is. But they poke their head out into his line of sight. And he gets it anyway.
Gets him anyways, but this was definitely still a pretty close round. Bants are doing all they can to really bring it to as close of a match as possible. Although, unfortunately, just couldn't pull out the dub here whilst being on a minimal amount of health against fully healthy Campo with the R4C. Now that is quite a challenge and a half.
Imagine what that would have been like Cthulhu with 5 people. I know we keep bringing it up as a painful point, but we've got to say what this means for the players. I mean, it's going to put them on a bit of a downer. However, I will say they should take the good from that round, because there was a lot of good. They got a kill for free. They eliminated Deptra early on and still almost pulled it out at the end. So this is not a hopeless situation at all. They can still totally do it. However, that win there has got to be tilting for sure, because it could be them in the 6-5 position.
Attackers
Well,
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
potentially the final round will be here played out between these two teams. Rufflecopter bringing in just about the same lineup, whereas Bants are making a few switches here and there, finally bringing in the mute that was missing out from the previous round, and a Vigil, funnily enough. So Nath is still sticking to kind of the fragger slash roamer slash kind of the, I suppose, the disruption game here for his team.
Reinforcements in place.
To be honest, I gotta say, props to Bants. They've managed to push this game to such a close turnout. I mean, full 12 rounds regulation. That's already one way to really talk about all the success that was gained. And that's a little bit of an ambitious pig, but potentially could net a few successful frags, but to no avail.
Lets himself get detected too, so they're 100% aware that he was over there now too, so bit rough. Nath certainly hoping for something rewarded to him there for a little bit of risk. It's kind of what his team needs right now to take out the 4v5, but unfortunately for him, doesn't get it this time. Hello could be in the best position ever, but no, Deptra will one-up him on that one. He'll find Nath, and now there's only 3 defenders that remain. Those C4s are very likely going to have to get some multi-kills here, because there's not a lot left on the table for Bants, and Rufflecopter are starting to breathe down their necks.
Yeah, in a 3v5, this is going to be a rough play here, given that no damage was dealt to Rufflecopter's attack as well. And this could be escalated against Bants very quickly. Another Valkyrie cam has been thrown out, but to no success. Campo finding the shot into Tracy, all down to Hello and Cordial to try to clinch on that potential one more round to push it out into overtime. But even then, this is going to be quite a rough patch. Ready, about to run into multiple, but oh, Campo is he's just better. He's able to spray things down, only taking 25 HP, and well, it's all down to Cordial. Full HP, needs to maybe go for some disruption, but right now he's being awaited. He's expected, and Mr. Cordial will unfortunately not be successful here for the team. Rufflecopter takes 7-5 victory in this matchup.
Yeah, and so we do, at the end of the day, Cthulhu, get to the result that we were kind of expecting. 2-0 to Rufflecopter, with Bants unfortunately left a little bit in the dust. However, we've seen a lot from Bants tonight, I think, and we can have some pretty big predictions for them coming into the future. They made this a competitive second map for sure. First map a little bit of a wash, but it takes a good team to come back after something like that. And, you know, also a lot of sportsmanship to come back and still play out the 4v5. So, you know, it's a rough one for Bants. So, you know, my respect definitely goes out to you guys, and better luck for the next one. However, congrats does have to go to Rufflecopter for that one. Regardless of the disconnect, it was still a 2-0. It was still a very dominating map 1, and they still took the lead here on map 2. So, look, with that, they actually shoot up to the top of the leaderboard, I believe.
Correct.
Or is it? Yeah, it's right at the top, isn't it?
It's right at the top. Yeah, they will be getting just about the same amount as Exto right now. So they are going to be playing it out, well, rather duking it out in a tiebreaker, which I think still equates to, actually no. Rufflecopter might actually have the first place because Exto did go into an overtime.
Let's call it first tied for now.
Yes, let's
I
call
think
it
it's
first
probably-
time. Yeah, that's
probably
probably
the
the best
easiest.
way. Yeah.
So they'll be up there right now. They'll be feeling pretty great about themselves. Will probably breathe a sigh of relief after, finishing off the 2-0, making sure they get it done, and knowing that they're probably gonna have to come back and work on some things after that. Because, like I was saying, they probably wanted to crush Bance rather than just at the very end secure that 2-0. But at the end of the day, that's all that matters for them. So congrats to them for picking that one up. Of course, earlier today as well, seeing the victory come out from Ferox. Pretty sweet for them to get the 2-0 against Exto. So 2 2-0s tonight, Cthulu. And I suppose 2 expected results, but we still got some pretty sweet games.
Yeah, we still got plenty of sweet games to really come happen, and quite thoroughly really excited to see them tomorrow. And for you, dear viewers, you can still vote for all of the MVPs and all of the top players that you've just witnessed tonight and tomorrow as well, for a chance for them to get that sweet care package, as well as you get the year's worth of Red Bull.
That's right. So make sure you get that ! vote in chat to find out how to do it. Get your free year's supply of Red Bull and go vote for the Red Bull fan vote as well. Get the players their free Red Bull and money as well. And fridge. Don't forget the fridge. It's very important.
The fridge, yeah.
But with that, Cthulhu, we're going to get some final thoughts on today because, we've had our first day of the Red Bull fan vote, which is very exciting, one of my favorite features. We had some very big MVP-worthy plays.
Oh, yes.
So, look, I'm excited for tomorrow.
Yes, definitely. Tomorrow is going to be a banger set of games. For tonight, I gotta say, looking at my notes, probably one of the few big things were Oda's clutch plays on Monty during Villa. That was absolutely just phenomenal. Todd's rushes were also quite a thing to very be noteworthy of. Another thing is Jordy's. Jordy
popped
flanks,
off.
and he was just popping off throughout the whole game of Exto versus Ferox. So big props to them. On the side of Rufflecopter versus Bance, big props to Nate. Big props to Boydie as well. Those 2 players were just absolutely going off for their respectable teams. And big props to Bance as well.
We can't say it enough, really.
We can't say enough, really. Firstly, they've decided to still play it out despite the large man disadvantage from the get-go for the final 2 rounds.
Oh, Mixers isn't that big, is it?
Yeah. Well,
I'm making the joke on the large man thing.
Yes.
Got you there.
Yeah, you got me there. But all in all, they've managed to make quite a hefty progress comparative to their performances last season. So props to them, and congratulations to Rufflecopter and Exto for their top leaderboard positions.
Yeah, but guys, with that all wrapped up, we are getting ready to send the show home and get ready to see you guys tomorrow. So thank you all for joining us tonight. It's been absolutely splendid, of course. Great matches, great 2-0s. Big shout out to our sponsors, WD Black, Sky City, Vodafone, Extrafy, of course. And of course, Red Bull,
and of
who've
course,
been jumping in on all of this too. So cheers, guys, to you. And of course, with the help of all of them, we'll be back here tomorrow. So see you all then.
It's all down to Mitchie to try to deny that. He's not able to deny the plan, but he's able to run down the time.
Here it stops again. 1 kill already done. Next kill already done. Numbers do usually win out, so they are going to pick it up through the wall.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!